Okay, that's our sign that our regular meeting for December the 5th is now in order, and I'll ask you to come to order, and you're already coming to order, so that's great. Welcome to the meeting tonight, and we have a busy agenda, so we're going to jump right into it. So in calling the meeting to order, I will ask for the roll call at this time.
Mayor Marshburn,
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vance,
Present.
Councilman Dellinger,
Here.
Councilwoman Behringer,
Here.
Councilman Singleton,
Here.
and Councilman Matthews.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I appreciate that. Okay, at this time, if you're able to stand and would join us, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. For our invocation this evening, I have invited one of our young pastors from over at the First Baptist Church, Reverend Alex Baldwin, who will come at this time and lead us in our invocation. Mr. Butner.
Thank you, Mayor Marshburn. As you said, my name is Alex, and I'm one of the pastors at First Baptist Garner. Before I open this up in prayer, I would like to say that if we can support you or encourage you in any way at First Baptist, we would love the opportunity to do that. That's what we exist for, is to serve our community and to share the good news of Jesus with them. And so if there's anything we can do, we would love the opportunity to do that. And so I'm going to pray now, and if you would like to join me, I invite you to do that. Let's pray. God, we are so thankful for your many blessings, your mercies that are new every morning. We are thankful for the freedoms that we enjoy in this country. We are thankful for those who have given their life so that we can have those freedoms. We are thankful for those who each and every day serve and protect us. We are thankful for those who have been elected to represent us and to keep those freedoms alive. Father, during this Christmas season, we are extremely thankful for the birth of Jesus and what he did for each and every one of us. We are grateful to be here tonight. And I just pray that as this meeting occurs, that you will bring wisdom to the decisions that are going to be made, and that you will have your blessing upon this meeting. And I pray all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Butner, and give all the good folks over at First Baptist my regards. Thank you. Okay, Council, we will proceed, and the first item here will be petitions and comments. I believe I understand that maybe we have a person or two who has already signed up for this segment. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me read the introduction so that those who are coming forward will understand that this portion of the meeting is to receive comments from the public on items not included in the regular agenda this evening. Citizens should sign up, and so some of you have, with the town clerk to speak prior to the start of the meeting. The board is interested, that is the council board, is interested in hearing your concerns, but they may not take action or deliberate on subject matters brought up during the petitions and comments segment. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for future agendas. And I might add, for this segment, we usually ask people to try to keep their comments within the time frame of about 3 minutes so that we can keep things moving and have folks speak who would like to. So at this time, do you want to give me a name, or is there more than one?
No, sir. The only person that we've had sign up in advance is Alex Lee.
Okay. Mr. Lee, did you want to speak at this time, sir?
Yes, sir. Pass that lead in front of you. And that's where I'm going.
All right. Should I think, Mr. Lee, this particular area would be for something that is not on the agenda. If you want to speak when we have this hearing, you certainly can speak then, but,
This doesn't have anything to do with the hearing itself. It was how some things have happened. And that's, I think if you just let me proceed, I'm not going to talk at the hearing.
all right?
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Alex Lee, and I live at 8345 Hebron Church Road here in Garner. Since June of 2022, I've sat quietly and watched. Of course, I spoke at the first meeting, but since then I have not had anything to say concerning the Walters Buffalo project. Tonight, I'm bringing attention to a letter that I received last week. This letter was dated November the 21st of 2022, one day prior to the town board meeting on the 22nd, and it was announcing a public hearing. This hearing was to be held on Monday the 5th at 7 p.m. That's tonight. My question is, how did the planning department know when they sent this letter out in advance the vote on both the development agreement between the town and Pulte and rezoning of Walters Buffalo project, that a public hearing would even be needed tonight? It was sent out, it was dated the day before the meeting even happened. And the postage meter from the town was dated on November the 22nd. I guess someone in the planning department administrative staff stayed late to do this letter, stuffed envelopes, and put the postage on it. And everybody knows that the mail in Garner after 5:30 goes out the following day. On November the 22nd, at the town's website, at 4:00 p.m., a notice of a public hearing was published for the purpose of a special use permit to be held on December the 5th. The votes were not taken until sometime 8 to 9 p.m. in that area. How did the person posting this notice on the website know prior to the meeting that this hearing would even be needed had the votes not gone the way they did? And I know this may not be illegal, but to the general public, it looks mighty suspicious as to why the dates don't match up. After all is said and done, and we sit here, now my wife's had a lot to say, and I can't tell her what to say and what not to say. I'm like all other husbands. But our family has been mighty disappointed, and we've been mighty hurt because nobody has paid attention to hardly anything that we've had to say. I guess we'll never have another nice development in Garner because Garner's attitude is cram and ram as many housing units on property as possible. Thank you for just listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. We'll take your comments under advisement, sir. Since this was the only person who signed up, I'll ask to the audience in general, are there other persons who came with the expressed desire to address the council this evening? I usually will give some time for folks even if you haven't signed up. So are there any persons who fit that category? Okay, seeing and hearing none.
Mr. Mayor, just to address Mr. Lee's questions.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Singleton.
Staff
You want
sends out notices because there has to be so many days for public hearing notice. Whether it's approved or not, they go ahead and send it out because to stay on a schedule, they send it out. If it gets defeated in the vote, then there won't be a public hearing on that topic. So they stay on schedule. The email goes out, we get these notices all the time. A public hearing's been set, a public hearing's been set. Because it is for what, if it's passed and stays on schedule, that's why. So the notices are sent out ahead of time because of the law to notify so many days before. Again, if the case, like a rezoning got turned down, then there wouldn't be a public hearing. So the notice is sent out to meet state law, and that's all. It's nothing fishy. It's just, I mean, this happens all the time. Again, we get notices on our phone, public hearing's been set, whether we're gonna have one or not. Oftentimes, the public hearing is set, and they'll talk to staff, and they'll change it, and it'll be moved. So, but it's sent out because it was supposed to be scheduled for a certain date. So that explains the letters. They try to be prepared. The date of the letters is dated, is so many days before the public hearing, et cetera, et cetera. It's just to meet state laws. It's not anything shady. It's been going on. I've been doing this for a long time, and it's been going on for a long time. Matter of fact, the public notices that are put out now are a lot more stringent than they were when I first started on this council. Because you didn't have the electronic, you had the website and so forth. But it's a lot more, there's a lot more public notice now than there ever was.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to get the attorney's opinion or feedback in looking at the UDO in section 4.7.4 special use permits, section C. It says public hearing at the conclusion of the preceding review. So the preceding review is upon receipt. Planning director shall submit a written report to the council summarizing the nature of the request, and at the conclusion of the preceding review, which I presume would be that evening, I'm not sure what is being indicated as preceding review, it's not defined, the town clerk shall establish a date for a public hearing and schedule and advertise a public hearing. So I guess the question is, when is the staff review of, when was the staff review of the special use permit presented to the council?
Sorry, are you looking at the current UDO or the former one?
Current one.
And what was the section you were looking at?
4.7.4.
So, the staff review, section B. So yes, they receive the information and they prepare a report, but because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, it's not provided in advance of setting of the public hearing.
So it's, okay, so that doesn't involve council at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to move forward at this time? I think we could have discussed that under a different topic, but that's okay. So we are now to the item of the adoption of the agenda. Council, you have that before you at this time. I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So move. Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded properly. All in favor of adopting the agenda, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If there's any opposition, no. And there is none. Okay, we have three presentations this evening that we will take up next, and the first one of those, I will recognize our planning director, Mr. Jeff Triesenberg, who's been a busy man today. He has a presentation he'd like to make at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Wanted to take this opportunity. We've been trying to get these positions filled that we've had openings for, and wanted to introduce you to our two newest planning department members. First, we have Miss Ashley Harris here on the left. She's been with us now for a little over a month and a half-ish, 7 weeks or so. Ashley comes to us as a graduate of NC State University, where she got her master's in landscape architecture. And so we are excited to have her here. She most recently has been doing a little bit of freelance landscape architecture work, but she also, while she was finishing up her degree at NC State, did a part-time job with the town of Apex over in their Parks and Rec department, where she also had some liaison responsibilities with the planning department. And so she is joining David's team on the planning services side. She will be doing a lot of the master plan review going forward, so you will start to see her in the coming months giving presentations on master plans. So you'll start to see a little less of me, thank goodness. But so Ashley is here with David's team. And then to her left, our right, we have Sarah Van Every. Sarah just joined us last week, and she has been the long-awaited replacement to take Stacy Griffin's former position, which is now the Development Review Manager. That spot had been vacant for about 13 months. Sarah comes to us with her master's degree in community planning from UNC Charlotte. She's been in the planning field for about 20 years, and most recently she spent just a little bit over 5 years in the town of Apex Planning Department, working with their team of 3 folks doing plan review there. So very excited to have both of them here. I told them I probably wouldn't make them say anything, but they may want to if you want to.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And that was what I was going to ask you, if either one of these ladies desired to make some comments. We'll be happy to hear from you this time.
Hello. I just wanted to say it's nice to formally meet you all. I know you've probably seen my face in a few meetings here and there, so glad you get to put a name to the face, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. And I'm also going to be the new secretary to the Planning Commission as well. And I've really enjoyed my time working with the Planning Department over the last month and a half. I've already gained some really valuable insight and continue to learn a lot more with them every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just want to say it is great to be here. Jeff and his team have been very warm and welcoming. So it was such a great first week. I came back for week 2, and I plan to keep coming back. And so very happy to be here, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think I can speak for the council, even though I let them speak for themselves. But obviously, planning has been a very busy department for quite some time, and some of the vacancies that we've had there have been difficult during that time. And so we're so pleased to have folks with your qualifications come and be a part of our town. And we hope you'll be here for a long time, helping us out as we get through the process. Phil, I'll start with you if you want to say a few words to these new employees.
Just welcome aboard. You're sorely needed with what we got going on in Garner. So hope you have a brilliant future and retire here one day.
Single to anything.
Welcome. Thank you for coming to work for Garner. Mr. Treesburg's a good fellow to work for.
Okay, Kathy.
Happy to have you. Can't say that enough. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ellinger.
Welcome aboard. You're going to be busy.
Yeah. And Mr. Vance.
Ditto. Welcome.
Okay. All right, so good to see you. Stick around if you can. If you can't, we'll understand. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next presentation, we're going to hear from our audit team. I guess Mr. Lyons. Well, I'll hear from Mr. Beck, our finance director, who will introduce these persons to us. Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to each of you. We are coming tonight to make the audit presentation for fiscal year 21-22. We just wrapped up the final work on it last week. I want to take just a moment to thank some folks for their hard work in that effort. Starting with you all, the support you show for the finance department and the work that we do, the management team here, town manager, assistant managers, the staff in the finance department puts a lot of work into this. Especially want to thank Jenny Shacker, who's our accounting services manager. She puts hours and hours of work into this each year. So wanted to kind of get that out of the way and thank folks from the start for their work on this. You have a printed copy of the audit report at your seat. We did not get the final version wrapped up in time to include it in the audit agenda as electronic format, but we will have it posted on the town website in the coming days for you all and the general public to view. So we have with us this evening Mr. Tim Lyons from Malden & Jenkins, our audit firm. He is the partner in charge of their Columbia, South Carolina office, and has recently been a part of setting up a new office here in Raleigh as well for their firm. Tim and his team are very thorough, very professional, very responsive as we go through this process. It's a months-long process to compile this report and to go through the work that nobody really sees that takes place as part of this. And Tim and his team are there every step of the way and are helpful to us, giving us answers to questions we have, providing clarification on things, and really appreciative of the expertise they provide in this field to me and the town as well. So this time I'm going to turn it over to Tim, and he has a presentation he'll go through.
Thank y'all for having me tonight. I appreciate being here. David's going to pull up my PowerPoint presentation. I've just got about 80 slides to go through. We'll go quick.
Okay.
I know you'll have a busy agenda tonight, so I'll go quickly. I've got a spot at the end where I'll ask for questions, but certainly as I'm moving through it, feel free to stop me and ask. And I know, as David mentioned, y'all have a hard copy of the annual comprehensive financial report in front of you, and so feel free. I know that y'all are just now getting this, but if in the coming days or weeks you've got follow-up questions, David certainly knows how to get in touch with me, and I'm happy to discuss any of that with you. So, David, if you want to advance it, just briefly here, we'll just touch on the results of the audit. We've got a few slides on the financial trends, and then some other just kind of comments, recommendations, other emerging issues we would like to keep the town aware of from a financial reporting standpoint. You can go ahead to the next slide. Just as David mentioned, my name is Tim Lyons. I served as the engagement partner on the town's audit. What that means is that ultimately I am responsible for signing the report, reviewing the work papers, and ultimately approving the end result, which is the auditor's opinion on the financial statements. On the next slide, we have the results of the audit. We kind of lay this out as just a reminder of what our responsibility is, which is to audit the town's financial statements and to express an opinion on them. That second bullet point in the middle of the slide here, the report on the 2022 basic financial statements, the overall objective of the audit is the expression of an opinion, and the opinion we rendered on the town's financial statements is an unmodified or a clean opinion. There's no higher or a better opinion to get. That's unmodified is a fancy accounting audit term for just a clean opinion. So what that means is that the financial statements that you have in front of you, that report that you have, is considered to present fairly the town's net position, fund balance, and the results of its operations for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. As a part of the town's audit, we also have to issue additional reports as necessary. One report we issue every year is the report on internal controls over financial reporting and compliance in accordance with government auditing standards. We did not have any findings this year, so no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control, and no material instances of non-compliance where if we were to find some material violation of a state law or something like that, we would have to cite that in there. So a clean government auditing standards report as well. This year, the single audit report for the town, these are one of the reports in the back that we have to issue when the town exceeds certain thresholds of expenditures of federal and state funds. This year, we did not have to issue a federal single audit report. The town's total federal expenditures for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022 did not exceed the $750,000 threshold. And I've got that second bullet point in there about the ARPA fund, just because I know it's a hot topic. I know it's something that everybody is talking about right now. We've got this money and how we're going to spend it. And so I wanted to point out that the federal single audit covers the expenditure of these funds, not just the collection or the receipt of them. So while the town had received them by June 30, 2022, and they're accounted for in the financial statements, we have not decided what we're going to do or how to spend them yet. And so they were not part of the audit that we conducted for the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2022. We did issue a state single audit report because the town's expenditures of state funds exceeded the $500,000 threshold that is set by the North Carolina Single Audit Implementation Act. We audited the town's expenditure of Powell bill funds during the year, and we had an unmodified opinion on compliance, so a clean opinion on compliance, and no controls or compliance issues were noted in the report. The next couple of slides that we have here are known as our required communications. I'm submitting these to you all in writing, and so I'm not going to go through and read each one of these. I think there's a couple of these that are important enough for me to touch on while I'm here. The fourth bullet point underneath significant accounting policies has to do with a new accounting standard that was required to be implemented this year. If you look at the prior year and current year financial statements and maybe compare them side by side, you'll notice that there's some new line items in there with regard to leasing activity. This is a standard that all governments had to implement this year, and the full impact of this is disclosed in Note 12. So if you kind of want to know what changed, that's a good place to start in Note 12 to the financial statements. On the next slide, we talk about our relationship with management. I always think it's important for the governing body to hear from the auditor about our relationship with management through the conduct of the audit. And as David mentioned, great working relationship with the town, with David and with Jenny. And, we ask for a lot of documentation. We ask for a lot of access to individuals about various things. And the town management was fully cooperative with us the whole time. So at no point in time did we feel like we had any issues working with town's management. On the last required communications slide, we have our auditor independence down at the bottom there. I always think this is an important one to point out, because if we are not independent of the town, we cannot render an opinion on the town's financial statements. And so we meet all the requirements not only from an ethical standpoint, but from government auditing standards that kind of even restricts further what we can and can't do for an audit client. So we meet all of the requirements to be considered independent of the town and to render an opinion on the town's financial statements. Just a couple of financial slides here of particular importance to most users and governing bodies is fund balance in the general fund. As you can see, in 2022, the town's general fund ended in a very similar place as it did in 2021. So we didn't have a big swing in revenues over expenditures or expenditures over revenues. And so the town's fund balance at the end of the fiscal year was pretty comparable to where it ended at the end of the previous year. On the next slide, we have what we refer to as a financial leverage, and we take a look at expenditures, or fund balance, I should say, as a percentage of expenditures. How much fund balance do we have at the end of the year versus how much money do we typically spend on a monthly basis? So if we were to have a change in our revenue streams or a timing difference in when we're receiving funds, do we have the ability to withstand some of the shocks in the timing there? As we can see there, the town's total fund balance at year end was about 70% of expenditures. The unassigned number, which is that fund balance that's left over after we account for things that have to be set aside, like the restricted for state stabilization, any other projects that the town has approved and set aside money for, that 31% unassigned number. The GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, sort of recommends that you have about 25 to 30%, which is right where the town is. The Local Government Commission for the state requires that you have 20% overall in fund balance, and the town is well above that number. So, all positive financial trends for the town. Last thing here is just about some comments and things that will change. This is mostly for informational purposes, and really there's some new accounting pronouncements that we're going to have to implement in the next couple of years. The second one on there about compensated absences is going to change how the town reports its liability for leave that's been accrued by employees. We expect this is going to impact a lot of governments where we're going to be recognizing some additional liabilities that we haven't had to recognize before. And we'll continue to work with David and Jenny to make sure we get these new standards implemented correctly in the next couple of years. And last but not least, just a reminder, on the next slide, we have our free client CPE. I know we've worked with the town for a couple of years now, but certainly if any of y'all want to be on that distribution list, please feel free to let David know. He can get that information to me, and we can make sure that you get the email invites for when we host these events on a quarterly basis. With that, I would be happy to take any questions that you all might have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lyons, and I'll see if council has any questions, but thank you for the report. It's always encouraging to have an audit like this come in and confirm the good work that I think our finance department does under Mr. Beck's leadership, and I so much appreciate that. That's not something we take for granted for sure. Council members, any questions for Mr. Lyons? I'll start with Mr. Vance to my right.
I do not have any questions.
Mr. Dellinger,
No questions.
Ms. Berringer. Ms.
No
Singer.
questions.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, sir. I don't know if you're driving back to Columbia. Maybe not tonight.
No, that's what I'll be. As I was telling David, I'll be in our Raleigh office tomorrow, so I'll be up here tonight.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, David. All right, our next presentation will be under the topic of Garner Grows Update, and I'll recognize Ms. Maria from our Parks and Rec Department, Parks and Rec and Cultural Resources Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, I am going to pass on the presentation to the chair of Garner Grows, who is our nonprofit organization developing a community garden at the Thompson Road Park. And with that, Martin, I'm going to pass on the mic to you.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Marshburn and council members. My name is Martin Pethbridge, and I live at 2705 Dunhaven Drive, and I'm here today to give a progress report on Garner Grows Community Garden. In July this year, the town of Garner kindly leased some space at the rear of Thompson Road Park for our community garden. And I have some slides here to illustrate the progress we have made. The theme of this report this time is really about site preparation and infrastructure. In the past 5 months, we have spent most of our volunteer time getting infrastructure arranged. These pictures here show where we have installed a gravel drive, and we've also moved 2 small barns onto the site for storing our tools and gardening supplies. We've also installed a fence at the rear of the site. This was part of the requirements of the site plan, and this fence will screen an area that we're going to use for storing additional mulch, our compost bins, and larger tools like our fleet of wheelbarrows. Now, over the summer, many evenings were spent mulching. This photo was taken one of the summer evenings, and it's a bit misleading because we've made a lot of progress since this photo was taken. We've now got 50% of the site fully mulched. Let me talk a little about what that mulching means. I've got a photo here that illustrates what goes on. We're putting a mulch layer down on the whole site because it keeps all the weeds down. This kind of coverage will give us a maintenance-free coverage for 3 to 4 years. We don't have to worry about weeds or any other kind of trees or anything coming up. Now, the process is we lay down 2 to 4 layers of cardboard and then cover that cardboard with about 6 inches of wood chips. We collect a lot of cardboard, which we're able to get from local businesses. If you think about a refrigerator box or a box for a stove, we like those big cardboard boxes because they cover a lot of space. And those are things we collect all the time. And then the wood chips come from local landscapers who are glad to donate the wood chips because it saves them a trip to the recycling facility in East Raleigh. Recently, we've been planting a lot of trees, bushes, and shrubs. This requirement came with the site plan when it was approved back in the summer. There's over 90 trees, bushes, and shrubs that we've had to plant down the side of the site to act as a buffer. And that process was completed this last weekend. And you'll see in those pictures, we've got an auger leaning against the fence, which we've used to dig the holes. And then some of the trees are large. They come balled and burlapped, and it takes a lot of people to move them into the holes, but they're all now installed. I want to touch on other community activities that Garner Grows has been part of in the last 5 months. We've not just been doing gardening and site preparation. I've got a couple of photos here showing how we attended the Garner Grows Trick or Treat at the Trails at Lake Benson just recently. And then we also had over 30 entries at the North Carolina State Fair Horticulture Show. And we won numerous prizes. And the town of Garner was well represented by Garner Grows. The name Garner was all over the horticulture show. In addition to these events, we were also at the Christmas parade on Saturday. Let me talk about next steps. We've got a lot of things ahead of us. I'll say that because we're a volunteer organisation, we are dependent on volunteers. Since we've been located at Thompson Road Park, we've had a big increase in the number of volunteers that have joined us. We're now up to over 50 members, and lots of new people are coming to visit us. And it's really encouraging to see so many volunteers coming to help. But most of our work is done at weekends, of course, because during the week people work, and the evenings it's too dark to work right now. So those are the sort of confines of when we can work at the site. But in the spring, what we're going to do, we're going to be installing a deer fence around the edge of the site to keep the deer out. We will be constructing raised beds, and we have all the materials for the raised beds. They'll just be put together. We're going to work with the town on putting some signage at the location, and we'll be applying for a permit in the next couple of weeks. And then also we'll be doing some workshops. That's part of our lease agreement. We've got our first workshop coming up this weekend where we're going to run a class on how to raise all different types of mushrooms from mushroom logs. Shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, all kinds. And that's a class that we'll be running this weekend on Sunday. And then finally, when spring comes around, we'll be planting flowers and vegetables. Thank you for your time today and the opportunity to establish our community garden at Thompson Road Park.
Okay, let me just say thank you for the presentation. And I know when there was discussion on council about this, I knew at the time there was sort of a group of folks who really had an interest in this, and it appears to me you've taken that core group and expanded it and put a lot of people to work out there, and it appears you have a good start, and I'm sure we'll see even additional things in the coming years. So I commend you for your leadership and for the good work you've done.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to coming back and offering up future progress reports.
Good. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, that concludes the presentation portion of our agenda. So we will now, I will ask council, if you will, to consider approving the consent agenda. There are 7 items there. You've had a chance to look at those. I think all of you know that our town attorney sent the first item on there with a few highlighted items that she had noted. So with those changes noted, other than that, are you prepared now to approve the consent agenda?
So move. Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion made and seconded. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, would you please vote aye?
Aye.
Aye.
And there is no opposition. So thank you very much. Okay, we will now go to the segment of our agenda under public hearings, and tonight we have 2 public hearings scheduled. And so in just a moment, I will recognize Allison Jones to come up. As she is coming, I will note that both of these hearings are quasi-judicial hearings, and so any persons who wish to give testimony during these hearings must be sworn, and so at the proper time, I will ask you to go back. I guess we could do it now. Yeah. If you will, go back to the corner where our town clerk is seated, and she will take take your oath back there. So those of you who are going to be participating in these, either one of these hearings, if you could go and do that at this time, that would be helpful.
Raise your right hand, please. I sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence you provide is the truth, the whole truth.
Ms. Jones, just before you begin, let me read the introduction here as it relates to quasi-judicial hearings that we all need to be aware of. So this will be a quasi-judicial hearing. Each council member is required to disclose whether he or she has a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not subject to change, or if it had any ex parte communications or have any close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person, or if any council member has a financial interest in the outcome of this case. At this point, council, I will ask you to speak to that issue. And I guess I will go first by saying that certainly in the first manner, the mayor has had some ex parte communication with a couple of people who just had some questions to ask, and I believe, of course, our town attorney, and she can comment on this, issued a statement today that is that gives some guide to all involved in this process. Any other council members care to speak on this matter, other than? Okay.
I mean, I'd been contacted on the rezoning, but not anything related to a special use permit, and people seeking information as well.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. This is a fact-finding hearing, and only competent material and substantial evidence that is not repetitive is allowed. Only expert witnesses based on training and experience may testify as to the impacts on property values, traffic, safety, or noise levels. And I think I've already covered this. Council members must disclose any information received or discussions pertaining to the case outside of the hearing, which may or may not be ex parte hearings. I suspect all of you have had emails that you've received, as I have. Is there anything else I need to clarify there, Madam Attorney?
Just for the record, I did want to indicate that I provided a legal opinion to council dated December 1st. I provided it on December 1st. To the extent that it contains factual information outside of this hearing, it would constitute an ex parte communication. For any members of the public who have not been able to see this, there are additional copies back in the corner with the clerk if they would like a copy. But it was transmitted to the applicant today, as well as several interested persons who have who had contacted the town by email in the past regarding this particular development project.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
And
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, before we get started, I believe there may be a continuance request. Did you have to come to the podium?
All right. Just state your name and address.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Josh Whitaker. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Whitaker and Hamer. I'm here today at the request of the Lee family. We spoke last week, and the firm has been retained to kind of look into kind of how we got here, review some of the expert data that's being used, in the presentation of this project, this rezoning, this issue. It's my understanding, the last hearing that we had was right before Thanksgiving. My client's concern is that we haven't had but 6 or 7 business days before this hearing for folks who oppose it to really prepare, to find experts, to find material to present at this public hearing. And while the timing may not be, as Mr. Lee put, illegal, it certainly does feel rushed to them and to some other folks who object to this project. And so before we got started today, thank you, Ms. Jones, I wanted to at least make that request to the council. I know everybody's here, everybody's ready to go. But I think in the interest of fairness and justice, pushing this to the January meeting, at least, even though we have Christmas coming up then, may be something to consider.
Okay, I think at this point in time, I need to hear from the developer who's here this evening and get a comment from him regarding the continuance.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Marshburn, members of council. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. I do think that a continuance request is inappropriate. I think only a party that has standing to this action has the ability to request a continuance, and there's been no such establishment of standing in this instance. This is an application that was filed and the project originally in October of 2021. So this has been pending for quite a long time, and while I appreciate the concerns, there is some urgency on the development team side. We're all here. We have a number of witnesses prepared to testify, and we would like to proceed as originally noticed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's anybody else to hear from on the continuance. Mr. Attorney, I think I'm going to call a brief recess and get with you briefly on this matter. Well,
I'd like to get the attorney's opinion on whether or not the applicant has the opposition has standing in a quasi-judicial proceeding.
In order to participate as a party, an applicant would, an interested person would have to develop standing. I did not hear a proffer of standing by Mr. Whitaker. You could inquire as to whether they can make that proffer of standing.
I guess I would leave that to you all to decide if there's standing or there's justification for that. Again, the Lees, since the last hearing, the Lee family hasn't felt like they've had enough time to adequately prepare and oppose this. They have been working on different things, and they wanted to be prepared for this evening. But with the Thanksgiving holiday, just hasn't been a lot of time to adequately prepare. So as far as the question of standing goes, I will leave that to you all.
Believe that legally, I mean, if the Lees if he's representing the Lees, they have a property adjacent to the property in question, and that gives them standing in a quasi-judicial proceeding.
May I respond?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So it's upon the applicant to establish, or the party to establish standing. The party or their attorney just went up and did not offer any facts whatsoever to support standing. And I will say that North Carolina case law is abundantly clear that merely being a neighbor near or adjacent to a property is insufficient to establish standing. And so the fact that there was no offer of standing is enough that takes it out of the council's hands. They haven't done it, so there's no decision that needs to be made. They didn't establish standing, and we need to move on. We do have a right as an applicant to proceed with this hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We understand that. We still wanted to bring that to the council just in the interest of fairness. We do understand if the council feels they have to press on, but at least wanted to make the request.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney, this is a little bit new territory for the chair. It's not often I've dealt with this particular matter, but I believe under the rules of engagement, this could be referred to the council, or the presiding officer would make the decision.
With respect to a continuance request, it would be appropriate for the entire council to vote on that.
At this point, I don't know there's any reason to try to hear any other testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, council, you've heard the request and the conversation from our attorney regarding this matter, so I will, at this time, ask you to consider what your wishes are regarding the request for a continuance and what the other party has said in regards to that matter. And you could put that in the form of a motion, I believe. If you want to weigh in briefly on discussion, we can take a few minutes to do that, and then we'll need to act one way or the other.
Mayor, I move that we move forward with the public hearing tonight.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion by Mr. Singleton?
Second.
Okay, motion has been properly made and seconded, as I often do. Just before we vote, I'll give a chance for brief comments if there are any. Anything you want to say? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep it
I
brief.
have a question for the attorney. I'm not sure if it's that it has to be asserted to have standing, or if it's something that is by default within the way the quasi-judicial is structured, that someone automatically has standing.
So the applicant automatically has standing.
And
However, another person does not automatically have standing unless they can show that they suffer special damages. Proximity to the project or the property at issue is one factor to be considered in whether there are special damages. It also includes impacts to property value or other adverse impacts that are different than the public at large. So there would have to be something special associated with their particular property.
Okay, I was hearing comments. I've heard from Mr. Dellinger. Anything from you, Mr. Vance? All right. I think the motion is ripe for a vote. Ms. Barron, did you have anything? Okay, the motion before you is to agree to proceed with this hearing as scheduled previously on the agenda. If you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed to the motion, you can vote no.
no.
Okay. Motion to proceed passes on a vote of 4-1. And so that is the decision of the council. At this point in time, we will proceed as scheduled. I believe I finished reading the quasi-judicial material. So I will now open the public hearing. I'll call on the town, Miss Allison Jones, I believe, to make the initial presentation. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to present the special use permit for Cambria, also known as Walters Buffalo, SGP SB 2201. The applicant is Pulte Home Company, and there are various landowners to make up the 131 acres of the proposed tract area. It's located at the intersection near New Bethel Road and Wynn Road. And the request is to establish a cluster subdivision consisting of single-family homes and townhomes. The proposed use is cluster homes with, cluster home and single-family homes, townhomes. The current zoning is multifamily A. It was just rezoned at the previous town council meeting, as has been mentioned already in the meeting. The overlay district is, the property is located in the Formerly the I-40 district, but now is called the Limited Access Highway District, and it's also in the Swift Creek Conservation District as well. The setbacks for the single-family cluster homes is 20 feet for the front, 15 feet for the rear, side is 7.5 feet, and for corner lots, it'll be 15 feet. For the townhome portion of the project, the front setback is 25 feet, the rear is 25, the side is 0.15, and the corner lot will be 25 feet as well. There were neighborhood meetings for this project. The first one was held on October 25th of this year at Avery Street Recreation Center. Excuse me, April 25th, I said October, I'm sorry. And for the second meeting, it was July 28th of this year at Centennial Park Shelter with 18 people in. And here is a portion of the site. Okay, so the black fence will be back here. Your dog park in this area. There's an existing gas easement right here. Stormwater pond back in this area. It's a fairly large project area, so it's broken up into a couple of sides. Here's one required shelter in open fields, amenity areas. The fence along the property still back here. Clubhouse, along with the mail kiosk and parking for those areas. Dog park, the pump station, and the greenway. Open space for this project. Required to have 25% for residential clusters, about 27.4 acres. They're providing greater than 25%, but this will be recalculated at the construction drawing approval time. And they're provided for the townhome portion, required to have 10%, and that 10% will be recalculated prior to construction drawing approval as well. The open space areas will be owned and maintained by the HOA. The required open space will be met with the combination of qualifying conservation areas and the recreation space areas. The recreation space area will include a pool, cabana, play lawn, and a gathering space for the residents. Landscape and buffer requirements. The tree coverage, the minimum coverage is between 12 and 14% sliding scale. They're providing 15.6% preservation, about 20.46 acres, plus new street trees as well. The street trees and buffers, against the I-40 section, the I-40 area will be a 50-foot buffer. This will be undisturbed buffer as well. Only disturbance will be allowed for certain things like utilities and road improvements. The townhomes against the single family will be 35 feet buffer. The townhome against the school area will be a 15-foot street buffer. And a townhome to the residential will be 20-foot street buffer. And the perimeter buffers and street buffers for residential clusters, a 30-foot buffer around their project. Lighting for this project has been met through the town policies and UDO requirements. The street lighting will be approved by the engineering department during construction drawing review. Parking. All single-family homes and townhome units are required to have 2 off-street parking spaces, and those will be, well, I'm sorry. Sorry, my hand hit the keyboard. Those will be met by the driveways, and the clubhouse and mail kiosk parking will be verified with the individual site plan approvals. Those site plans will come back in outside of this site plan, so we can look at the clubhouse and mail kiosk at a different time. The guest parking for townhomes, 1 space for every 4 units. They're required to have 26 spaces, and they're providing 26 spaces. The fire department, along with the inspections department, has reviewed and approved the plan as proposed. Environment and floodplain. The site does not contain any FEMA floodplain. However, there are Neuse River buffer on the site, and these impacts will require the federal, state, and local agencies that govern those areas. They will require to send the planning department along with the engineering department the permit, so those areas can be impacted. Stormwater management. The Cambria development, I'm so sorry. Let's move this back. So keep pushing it. Thank you. The Cambria is a residential subdivision development that is not located within the watershed protection area. This site is subject to the water quality requirements for nitrogen, as well as water quantity requirements for the 1, 10, 25-year storm events. This development is proposing 6 wet retention ponds to treat the impervious surface. The devices will satisfy the water quality and water quantity requirements for the 1, 10, 25-year, and 100 storm year events. A nitrogen offset payment will be required with this project as well. This project will tie into the City of Raleigh public water and sewer system. And Jeff Triesenberg, the planning director, will take over at this portion of the project.
Okay, thank you.
For infrastructure, roads, and sidewalks, we just wanted to have a little bit, go into a little bit more on that for you. The project will have 4 external points of access. There will be 2 onto New Bethel and 1 directly onto Hebron Church, and 1 via an extension of Wynn Road, which obviously does connect back to Hebron Church. Wynn Road is currently a temporary dead end with insufficient improvements for a permanent turnaround, a cul-de-sac. So this is very similar to the issue that we had with Cindy Drive, only that Wynn Road is over, I think, 3,000 feet. Wynn Road currently exceeds that maximum allowable length of 200 feet for a permanent cul-de-sac, and the Board of Adjustment is only authorized to vary up to a maximum of 500 feet for a cul-de-sac. Therefore, that is why Wynn Road must be continued as a through street so as not to be in violation of the maximum permanent dead end and cul-de-sac lengths specified by the UDO. Further, the department requires a minimum of 2 internal access points to all sections of the larger subdivision comprising more than 75 dwelling units in accordance with 8.24C1. There are 2 collector streets within the subdivision. Both of those will be traversing the site from north to south. The western one is very short at this point. It extends from the western access point to a stub to the Lee property. There will be a gate there as part of the 6-foot fence that will be installed for access in the event of brush fires and things like that. The eastern collector is over by the clubhouse and pool, and that provides a connection out from New Bethel at the eastern access point. Sidewalks will be provided on both sides of all internal streets. Hebron Church and New Bethel Church will both be widened to their full cross-section, or their half of the cross-section on the development side. There will be dedicated turn lane and storage improvements added as directed by NC.DOT. That will include dedicated lefts off of Hebron Church to both Wynn Road and the site entrance at the proposed townhomes. Both Hebron Church and New Bethel are 3-lane collectors. New Bethel will have 5-foot sidewalk along it, and Hebron Church will have the 10-foot multi-use path for future recreational connectivity to Meadowbrook Park. So staff, TRC members did meet one more time following the last meeting to discuss if there were any other options. This has been presented and publicized to both the developers, and I spoke to Ms. Lee earlier today. So the option that could be put into play is that this section of Wynn Road on their property could be converted to one-way. What that would mean then is that Phase 5 would need to be reduced to the 75 lot limit, because they now would have just kind of a 1.5 points of access. The difference between this one and Greenbrier is that Greenbrier still had 2 other full points of ingress and egress for access. So in conjunction with everybody on the TRC and with the town attorney, this is an option that could be pursued and would allow traffic to come into the subdivision on Wynn Road but not to exit. And the details of that, much like the other project, we would work with the engineering department at construction drawing review to get the specific details in place. So with that, I'll just close out for site plan conformity with the UDO. Following technical review and plan revisions, staff does find that this project is now proposed may be considered consistent with the regulations of the UDO, so long as the following project-specific conditions are met, and we have 6 of those. First, that construction drawings shall be submitted to the engineering department following this site plan approval. 2, prior to construction document approval, the following items shall be rectified with Raleigh Water. Raleigh Water had just a couple of minor things that needed to be cleaned up in the plans. The first one was to provide appropriate labeling and rendering for the 40-foot City of Raleigh sanitary sewer easement force main easement. And B, to provide an acceptable public sewer main extension to PIN number 1629821364. So that's in response to needing to serve all upstream properties. 3, prior to issuance of building permit, payment of engineering inspection fees shall be paid to the town. 4, prior to issuance of building permit, City of Raleigh utility fees shall be paid. 5, prior to issuance of building permit, a voluntary satellite annexation petition shall be submitted to the Garner Planning Department. And 6, prior to issuance of building permit, the Garner Engineering Department shall be in receipt of documentation that a nitrogen offset payment has been made to an approved mitigation bank. And with that, your motion worksheet begins on page 102 of your packet for options to either approve or deny SUP SB 2201 Cambria. That is all the information that the staff has to present. The applicant also does have a presentation and testimony prepared to give as well.
Hey, Ms. Treesburg, let me see if council has any questions for you, sir. I'll start with Ms. Behringer.
I do have a question. My understanding is we've had some conversations with NCDOT about lowering the speed limit on Wynn Road and providing striping. Is that still part of this conversation?
Yes, actually, since the last meeting, we have gotten confirmation from NCDOT that they will approve the lowering of the speed limit to 35 miles an hour, and they will allow for the striping center line and the outside line, so for both travel directions.
And where will this be documented going forward?
So that would be in the construction documents specifically. It was a condition to ask for it, so that's how we would carry it forward since that ask has been granted.
So in the construction document?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. We'll go to you next.
Yes, just to clarify, Mr. Triesenberg, when you were showing the alteration with Wynn Road being extended, so you also showed where the units were reduced from 91 to 75, correct? And so when Wynn Road is extended, because Wynn Road is noted before, I know Mr. Cook has noted, and you go out there, you can see the pavement does not go to the property line, but it'll extend, but the one-way will start on that property line there. So everyone, current residents on Wynn Road, it does not affect them, that does not affect them at all. Okay, and so it'll be marked and designated and signed. I know with the unit we did, the project we did over in Greenbrier, that it had a roundabout. Is that, or that's just where the 2 roads intersect? That's correct, right?
Yes, that is one thing that Leah and I talked about a little bit earlier. We would probably either recommend doing a second one here or moving this one. This one is the one further south, moving it north. The mini traffic circle does give you a little more of an opportunity to work with the physical improvements to kind of make that restriction a little more obvious and inhibiting as opposed to just a regular intersection. So that would probably be one of engineering's recommendations if that option were to be elected.
But in one of the small, like, that was approved with the other project?
Right.
Okay, I want to confirm that, thank you.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Singleton just clarified my questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dellinger?
Just a confirmation, so there, back to the public meetings, the public meetings were not required for the special use permit, correct?
The way the neighborhood meetings.
For the
Is that-
special use permit. It's
Right.
not required for the special
Right.
use permit, correct?
So whenever a project is moving through a process, we've always required it to be at the beginning of that process to get people involved, of course, earlier, but we don't go back and have anew for something that's the next step in the process.
But the special use permit is separate from the rezoning as a application, correct?
Yes, it is another application. It is another step.
And I guess, just to be clear, because the way the UDO's been reworked, was the special use permit, did it require a neighborhood meeting?
Under the old ordinance?
Under the old or the new?
Right. So, yeah. It is any project that is going to have a public hearing component to it does have that neighborhood meeting requirement. Like I say, we've never, to this date, we've not ever required anybody to go back and have a second one when it's the next step in the process.
So there were two neighborhood meetings that are associated with this SUP that were held in accordance with the UDO, correct?
Right.
So I didn't see in the packet the notes from the July 28th meeting in our packet. Were those notes submitted?
I think we have those. I think so. I'd be happy to get those.
I just want to make sure we
Yeah.
have them because
Yeah.
they're required
Yeah.
to be sent 10 days before the hearing. So I'd like to see those just to make sure that
Sure.
they were done. And the notice for the July 28th meeting, did it also follow the public notice requirements that are outlined in the UDO?
So I do know that was kind of the extra one that Planning Commission had asked to have specifically for the residents on Wind Road. So I'm not sure, without going back and looking at the mailing list, if it was the same set that was used for the initial neighborhood meeting or if it was just the Wind Road residents. But that was the one that was the follow-up from.
There are two required according to the UDO. There's one before the application, and then a second one is required before the public hearing. So is that July one, the special use permit one? Is that for the special use permit, or what was that for?
That was just follow-up clarification on some of the Wind Road issues. I guess I'm struggling with where the two comes from.
Neighborhood meetings under section 4.4.5, section 3. A second neighborhood meeting is required for any of the preceding applications containing a site, subdivision, or master plan and shall be held after official application submittal and before the application may proceed to public hearing.
I'll have to go back
Are
and
you
look at
quoting
that.
from the old UDO or the new?
The new UDO.
This application was submitted under the old, we agree on that, right?
Yes, but their conditions are opted in for the old, but the procedure piece is the new. That's why this hearing itself didn't go to Planning Commission. Under the old UDO, it would have gone to Planning Commission first. And it says the cover sheet says the application for the SUP was submitted in July, So that would have put it under the purview of the new UDO that was adopted in July. So that's sort of my question, that a special use permit requires technically 2 neighborhood meetings, one before the submittal, which I guess would be the April one, if you were stretching that interpretation, but it's very clear there's a second neighborhood meeting is required. And I mean, I asked at the end of the last hearing if all the neighborhood meeting requirements had been met, and somebody said yes, but I've gone back and looked, and so I just want to make sure, where's the second neighborhood meeting for the special use permit? Because I don't see the notes of it in our packet.
In our packet from our last meeting on November 22nd, after the first meeting, it says follow-up neighborhood meeting. A follow-up meeting with neighbors was held on July 28, 2022 at 6 p.m. at the shelter of Centennial Park. 7 households attended. Meeting information is attached. And then there is some comments, public hearing summary from June 21st, which was before that, where it shows you and I asked several questions along with Mr. Vance at that meeting. And at that June 21st meeting, we voted 5-0 to recommend the request be sent to the Planning Commission. That's on our last agenda package.
Right. So the July 28th meeting, was it noticed in accordance with the UDO, is my question. The one that was at, where'd you say the meeting was? At the park?
At Centennial Park shelter.
Was that meeting properly noticed, if that's the second meeting?
It was noted.
So
in the
neighborhood
discussion we had,
meetings
right? Go
don't
ahead.
require the town to do notice. And under the former UDO, only
app-
one neighborhood meeting was required for a special use permit. And my understanding is this project, because of the number of units, was always going to be required to have a special use permit if the rezoning was granted.
Correct. On the cover sheet, it says the special use permit application was submitted in July. So if that's when the application comes in, is it not subject to the new UDO?
July 1st, right?
What's the I don't know. What's the question?
Oh, no, I was just clarifying the application was in for the 1st of July, so it preceded the adoption of the new ordinance.
So it didn't, so that answered my question. It didn't need a neighborhood meeting.
I'm going to ask the
I'm sorry,
town
I'd have
attorney
to
to
look
weigh
at
in.
that.
So yes, under the former UDO, it does require at least one neighborhood meeting for a special use permit. So my understanding is they did have one between the application and this hearing. They may have had more than one.
In section B of 4.45, under notification, where it sees the requirements for mail notification, those aren't applicable.
For this hearing, yes.
That's
The mailed notice does not apply to the neighborhood meeting.
under this, okay, I'm confused because it's under the section neighborhood meeting, it's not under the section under hearings, which I'd imagine for the hearing, that would be the notification requirement for the hearing. This seems to be a notification requirement for the neighborhood meeting, since it's under that section.
Tell you what, since, let me get to a couple of the council members. We'll circle back to this. So I'm going to see if Mr. Vance has any questions.
Yes, I have a question, Jeff. I know that initially with Wynn Road, there were concerns there relative to traffic coming out of the development and Did I hear you correctly when you stated that, based upon the TRC, that it will be one way in, not coming out of the development?
Correct.
And is that something that's you have a high degree of confidence on? Is that going to happen, or does that take any more steps before that is confirmed?
So that is an option that y'all are free to discuss with the applicant. It is not currently in their proposal, but it could be, I guess, probably taken on as a condition.
Was that all, Mr. Vance?
That's all I have.
Okay, all right. I believe, did I get to you, Phil?
Well, that was a very good question, and if it's going to be one way, if the applicant, I'm sure they would go along with that. Whatever we need to do, make that a condition. That was a big issue, was traffic coming out on Wynn Road. And if that one way, we'll take care of that. And seems like we've done everything else that's been asked of this group, and if we make that one way, I think that'll satisfy those folks on Wynn Road, plus striping it and center lining it. And I'm prepared to move on with this thing, Mr. Mayor. We've beat it to death for weeks, and it's time to vote on it and move forward with it.
I'll go back to Mr. Dellinger one more time, since he was waiting, I guess, for some response.
I was just wondering if the notification requirement is for the neighborhood meeting or if it's for the hearing. And
It does say to see those requirements, and they have to do with who receives, my understanding is who would receive mailed notice. So it says, see the requirements for mailed notice. And my understanding is that list of the impacted or neighboring property owners is provided by the planning department. So they would have to mail that to all of the people on that list.
that would happen for the July 28th meeting. Did the planning department provide that list to the applicant so that they could notice that second meeting?
I would have to go back and check and see. I don't have that right at my fingertips.
But they already had a mail list from the previous meeting.
Yeah.
You already provided that information.
Right.
But it changed with the new UDO. It changed from 300 to 1,000 feet, so it wouldn't be the same list.
Right, but that didn't happen until July 5th.
Okay, so the meeting that happened in July was not a required neighborhood meeting, is what we're saying.
Right, that was an extra,
That
with
was
planning
my-
commission off.
That was my initial
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Okay. Town is finished. You were the last person to go. So we will hear from the applicant now at this time, I believe. Tell me who's yeah, okay, come on up, please, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. This is the Cambria special use permit. Y'all are you're familiar with this project as it's been in front of you a number of times recently for other approvals. As a matter of housekeeping, I do want to move to admit several documents in the record. That would be our application, the site plans that are being considered, the traffic impact analysis performed for this project, our presentation, the staff report and all attachments, the rezoning consistency statement that was adopted at the council's last meeting, as well as the development agreement that was approved at the council's last meeting, and finally the December 1st, 2022 Town of Garner legal opinion on the Wynn Road street connection.
I believe it proper to receive all of those.
And I do have one more exhibit, but if you want to hand it out, I was going to move to admit it later just to introduce it. But there is another document. I guess at this time I can move to admit our appraisal report that's been prepared in connection with this request.
Okay, we'll receive that.
And you said you had the application, you're submitting the application, or?
The application that is submitted and is in the town's file.
Can, Mr. Triesenberg, while you're doing that, can you produce that application for me, please? Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Collier, go right ahead.
The council has seen this criteria before. So because this project was submitted under the prior version of the code, so the 160D compliant, but not the latest iteration, our project triggers the requirements for a special use permit. There are 8 criteria that we must meet, and we are prepared to present competent material and substantial evidence as to all 8 of these. We have 3 witnesses to testify tonight, which we'll tender as experts to the council. We have Beth Blackman, a licensed professional engineer, who will address the factors related to the plan's compliance with town standards. We have Bao Hong Wan, a professional transportation engineer, who will address the factors related to transportation, traffic, and mitigation of those impacts. Finally, we have Nick Kirkland, a licensed North Carolina real property appraiser, who will address factors related to the project's impacts to surrounding property, as well as compatibility with the surrounding area. So we'll get right into it, and I will call our first witness, and that's Miss Beth Blackman. And Miss Blackman, as you come up, could you state your name, your address, and then your experience for the council?
Good evening. I am Beth Blackman, Senior Project Manager with Timmons Group, 113 Logger Lane, Garner, North Carolina. I graduated from NC State and have over 20 years of experience in residential projects of all size. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina.
And could you also explain to the council your role in this project?
I am the lead engineer for this project and oversaw the design and the layout of this site over the past few years through the rezoning process and through the site plan process.
So at this time, I would like to offer Beth Blackman as an expert in the field of civil engineering and site design.
I believe that is in order.
And so, Ms. Blackman, can you just, the council's familiar with the area, but just give a quick summary of the site and the surrounding area?
Yes, the site is 7 parcels, shown in yellow on your screen. It's about 131 acres with frontage on New Bethel Church Road, Hebron Church Road, Wynn Road, and along I-40. It's directly adjacent to South Garner High School across the street.
All right. So moving along, we're now looking at the latest version of the site plan. Could you just walk through the overall details of this site plan?
Yes, this plan should be very familiar. It's very similar to the rezoning plan you saw in November. The plans propose a density of under 3 units an acre with a total of 375 units, 103 townhomes, and 272 single-family detached residential clusters. The townhomes are located at the corner of New Bethel Church Road and Hebron Church Road. The community will contain an amenity with a pool and clubhouse. An HOA will be created and responsible for maintenance of the common areas throughout the community.
And do the site plans that your team prepared comply with all applicable UDO requirements?
Yes, we have worked through several rounds of review with staff to ensure compliance with town's code. The uses also comply with the zoning that was approved last month. The zoning included 25 zoning conditions with commitments to architectural features, building quality, recreation, open space, additional buffer areas, additional improvements in buffer areas, and the separate developers agreement as well. And this plan complies with all of those zoning conditions.
All right, so we are adding a little color on this slide to highlight a few features, including the community amenities and the buffers. So can you talk about those a little bit more?
Sure. The development is providing additional open space over the 29.6 acres required by code. The yellow stars identify locations of programmed open space, pocket parks, if you will. And then the main amenity is located at the larger yellow star closer to I-40. And then the other areas would be dog parks, tot lots, herb garden, landscape seating areas, picnic areas, etc. And then they're connected by both sidewalks along the roads and paved trails shown in yellow that are identified, with the yellow line. And so in addition, in green on the left side of the plan along Hebron Church Road is a 10-foot multi-use side path from the town's request as part of their Greenway transportation plan that would eventually connect to Meadowbrook Park to the north. In addition, there is a green line up on the north side of the site that is a public greenway easement for future connection of a greenway when Meadowbrook Park is designed, if that connection is desired to be made by the town. And then the red line shows the enhanced buffer where we have a at least 30 foot minimum buffer but fencing is being provided in that buffer as well. It varies in material and height from 4 feet to 6 feet.
Turning directly to one of the elements that we're considering tonight, so are the public safety, transportation, and utility facilities and services, are they available to serve this project?
Yes, the plans have been designed to ensure public services are available on site and sufficient services are maintained or improved for the surrounding neighborhoods. Water and sewer are available on or near the site. A connection to public water is proposed in Clifford Road, and the water would be extended down Hebron Church Road and along New Bethel Church Road along the site's frontage. Sewer would flow to a proposed pump station on the eastern side of the site, which would then pump via force main to a larger existing force main, which currently traverses the site on the northern portion. Extensions of utilities would be provided for future connections to adjacent parcels according to the code and City of Raleigh's public water extension policies. And stormwater will be managed with up to 6 stormwater control measures, wet ponds typically, on site, designed to meet local and state requirements.
All right, and I want to direct you to another one of the elements that the council's considering tonight. Have the transportation improvements been designed to allow for safe and efficient access to the site, including safe and efficient emergency services access?
Yes, vehicular access to the site is provided at 4 locations, which are full access driveways, 1 on Hebron Church Road, 2 on New Bethel Church Road, and 1 via the extension of Wynn Road, where it stubs into the site. The site's frontage on New Bethel Church Road and Hebron Church Road will be widened to half of the town's ultimate section for those frontages. An exclusive southbound left turn lane will be provided on Hebron Church Road onto Wynn Road. All new streets will have sidewalks on both sides, and Hebron Church Road will have a 10-foot multi-use path, as we discussed earlier. These transportation improvements have also been intentionally designed to allow for the efficient access of emergency vehicles and services.
So I want to turn at this point to talk about Wynn Road a bit. I know that that was really important to the neighborhood and important to the council at the last hearing on this project, and we wanted to make sure that the record was clear on the requirements that apply to that connection, what it means for this project, and frankly for any project that would ever develop in this area. So first of all, Ms. Blackman, for development of the property that abuts the Wynn Road stub, is a connection required by the town's code?
Yes, the connection is required because Wynn Road is a non-conforming road. It exceeds the town's maximum dead-end street length and the town's maximum cul-de-sac length. Therefore, the town's code requires that our development correct this non-conformity, which we are proposing to do with the proposed plans.
And that requirement to connect for the property abutting Wynn Road, is that a function of the number of units that we're proposing?
It is not a function of the number of units, no.
So what that means is that any development that abuts Wynn Road would have to complete this connection, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in fact, would our project violate the UDO if we did not provide that connection?
That is correct, yes.
And so going back to the purpose of this connection, you mentioned that it's required because Wynn Road exceeds 2 things, the maximum dead end length requirements and then the maximum cul-de-sac requirements. Can you explain what the purpose of those 2 requirements are?
There are 2 purposes. Those requirements in the UDO are intended to create safe and efficient street networks.
So then, in your expert opinion, by completing this Wynn Road connection, does this project further the goals of the UDO by creating more safe and efficient conditions for Wynn Road?
Yes, this project makes Wynn Road safer and more efficient from a land planning and engineering perspective.
And so among the reasons why the town code has, so let me ask you this, I phrase it as a question, is one of the reasons why the town's code has maximum dead end length and cul-de-sac length requirements to allow points for emergency service and other service vehicles to either safely turn around or to continue forward in a forward direction and out to the public street network.
Yes, that is correct.
And so, as currently configured, is there a safe location for emergency service or some other service vehicles to turn around at that termination point of Wynn Road or to continue forward?
There is not.
And so, does this proposal cure that deficiency in nonconformity?
Yes, it does.
All right, so we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the town's plans and how this project complies with the town's plan. So I'll ask Ms. Blackman directly, does this project comply with the town's plans?
Yes, the zoning for this site was found to be consistent by staff, the Planning Commission, and Town Council just last month when the rezoning was approved. This includes consistency with Garner Ford, the town's future land use plan, transportation plan, and the Parks and Recreation Greenway and Cultural Resources Master Plan.
And bringing it back to Wynn Road again, is that Wynn Road extension required by the town's transportation plan?
Yes, the Wynn Road connection is required by Garner Ford, the town's transportation plan. If we admitted it, the connection, it would not conform to that plan.
This time, those are all my questions for Ms. Blackman. If the council has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, I'll give you one round to go with this. Do you have anything, Phil? Thing? Kathy? Mr. Vance? Mr. Dellinger?
Yes, I have some questions. There are several off-site improvements related to this project. One at Bryan and White Oak that is part of the development agreement. Some of the others are on Wynn Road, on Hebron Church. And my question is, what analysis of safety was done related to opening up Wynn Road to additional traffic, and how much additional traffic will be generated on Wynn Road?
Those would be questions better directed to the transportation engineer when it is.
And he is prepared to address those questions. Our traffic engineer is prepared to address all of those items.
Okay.
Okay, those are all the questions for Ms. Blackman, I believe. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we'll get to traffic, and at this time, I'd like to call our second witness, Bao-Hong Wan. And so, Mr. Wan, could you state your name, your address, and then your experience for the council?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Bao-Hong Wan, Senior Traffic Engineer with VHB Engineering. My office address is 940 Main Campus Drive, Suite 500. And I got my education from North Carolina State University, Master in 2002, PhD in 2004. I've been working in this area since 2005. Have been a professional engineer since 2008, and have done a lot of traffic analysis. And glad to be here tonight.
And can you please describe your role in this project?
Yes, I'm the traffic engineer and perform the traffic impact study for this project.
At this time, I'd like to tender Bao-Hong Wan as an expert in the field of transportation engineering. Mr. Wan, can you please explain how you evaluated the traffic impacts of this proposed development?
Yes, the town of Garner and NCDOT has a very good procedure for us to compare, to complete a traffic study. Before we even prepare study, when we went through a scoping process and get the analysis assumption, study area, and all these traffic parameters being reviewed and approved by NCDOT in the town. And in the study, and we performed with assumption of full build-out with 280 single-family homes and 115 townhomes, and with 4 vehicular access points, consistent with the master plan you are seeing tonight. And the study included annual background growth rate of 3%, in addition to 4 other adjacent developments in the area. And we also included the NCDOT and Town Garner improvement project at the intersection of White Oak Road and Hebron Church Road.
And so you just explained the analysis of the TIA that you performed and the factors that you considered. And after completion of that TIA, were any improvements recommended by the TIA?
Yes, so we did recommend off-site improvement, including along Hebron Church Road and southbound the left turn lane and at Winter Road, and also the southbound left turn lane at site X number 1. We also recommend the construction of access number 1, number 2, and number 1 along Hebron Church Road, and number 2 and number 3 along New Bethel Church Road and extension of Winter Road, and to meet the town standard.
So you just outlined all of the recommended improvements in the TIA. Have all of the recommended improvements that are listed in the TIA been incorporated into the site plan?
Yes, in the site plan and in the development agreement.
And just so it's clear for the council, that TIA that you performed, it was reviewed and approved by both the town of Garner and the NCDOT. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And should have had the slide up to highlight the improvements. Just realized I didn't change it, but we just outlined all of them. The full TIA is in the record, but this just shows those intersection locations where the improvements are recommended. So I apologize for not advancing that slide sooner. I can hold it, or we're ready to move on to the next slide if the council is prepared.
Question, Mr. Mayor, question for the reference to TIA pertaining to, can you restate what was recommended for Wynn Road again?
For the Wynn Road, it's a southbound left turn lane on Hebron Church Road onto Wynn Road. That's shown as 75-foot left turn lane onto Wynn Road. And also Wynn Road extension to make that additional exit point.
So there's an independent turn lane onto Wynn Road?
Dedicated left turn lane, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Good enough. I'm good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Question, Ms. Berry.
Hopefully you're the appropriate one to answer it.
Thank you.
On the records, it says that Wynn Road is 22 feet wide, but in fact, there's no place along Wynn Road on any property where the pavement measures that wide. It's all much lower. Can you explain that, why it's that way, and is anything ever going to be done about that?
It's, I believe Wynn Road was constructed and years ago based on it's a secondary road. I believe the SR number is 2002, if I recall correctly. I think it's labeled on the figure. So it's a state maintained road. It's a rural secondary road. And really the width of the road is constructed based on, the two factors. The most predominant factor, one is speed limit. That's design speed. Second one is traffic volume. So for this, for Wynn Road, and there's about 20 residents over there, and our estimate usually is about 200 to 300 daily traffic. That's vehicles per day. You all are familiar with the numbers. And for that is 0 to 400 wheels per day, and for 45 speed limit or 50 miles per hour design speed, the width requirement is 20 foot. That's based on the most recent roadway design manual.
So just to make sure it's clear to the council, in Wynn Road in its current configuration, the DOT standards call for a 20-foot right-of-way. Is that correct?
Yes, 20-foot width of a traveled way.
And if the connection that we're proposing is completed and the additional trips expected to be generated from our project are added to Wynn Road is 20 foot with the current posted 45 speed limits, is that still a DOT acceptable width, and is it still safe?
I think that's back to Councilman Dellinger's question. And how much traffic do we project onto Wynn Road? And the overall project, we projected about a little over 3,000 daily traffic for the entire development. And the TIA current shows is about 30%, but that does not take into account of speed reduction from 45 to 35. Speed reduction will make travel time longer, makes that less desirable. So for those borderline, development units, they may choose to use Hebron Church and New Bethel Church to travel. But anyways, even use 30% of the overall traffic, so that will add about 900 to 1,000 daily traffic to it. So with a speed reduction from 45 to 35, that 20-foot width of traveled way is still going to meet NCDOT's minimum standard.
And have you done field measurements to verify that the street is in fact meeting the 20-foot requirements?
Yes, I did several site visits, and even this morning I did 7 field measurements, and my I averaged out because it flared at the intersection. That's over 50 feet if you measure 20 feet back from traveled way, and I measure from 60 feet and 150 feet west of Hebron Church, and I measure right at I think Lee Farm and 100 feet Lee Farm, and I measure 2 other points at the dead end, and my average is 20.3 foot for the traveled way width.
If I'm not mistaken, the former town engineer did quote the width of the road to be 22 feet wide. Now, he may have made a mistake, but that's what I understand was said. And my second question is, if you stripe that road as promised, or if NCDOT stripes it as promised, is it going to be wide enough for cars to pass?
It's always wide enough for the car to pass. It's just a kind of probability, That's why traffic volume or daily traffic is an important factor. And because, even with the side traffic, and it's still considered very low volume road, it's still below 1,500, vehicles per day. It's a very low volume road. So, yeah.
I want to make sure it's crystal clear for the council. Is it your opinion that the current width of Wynn Road is a safe width should our development complete that connection as currently proposed?
Yes, so we did even safety analysis along Wynn Road, and we are in contract with NCDOT for cross analysis. We do all this traffic near analysis and safety analysis, and we put the traffic data and safety data, and there is no crash in the last 3 years, and no crash in the last 5 years, and only 1 crash in the last 10 years along Wynn Road, and that's single vehicle crash. That's driver hit a ditch.
I have a question, a follow-up question to that. You measured a few points along the road. How many points did you measure?
I measured 7 in total, but 1 is too close to the road, too wide, is over 50, so I get to that. So I get 6,000 measurements. 1 is 24, that's 19, 20, 20, 19, 20. That's 6 points in total at the east end, the dead end, and in the middle.
So your median measurement is probably barely 20 feet. If you take that, not the average, but the median.
Yeah, you can do all
so
sort of math. Yes.
The road is barely 20 feet, and actually, depending on how many ways you measure it, it could be less than 20 feet. It's an extremely narrow road. It also, what was your assessment of the shoulder along Wynn Road, which is also very significant with regards to the safety of those types of roads, isn't it, for overcorrecting? What was your assessment of the shoulder of Wynn Road?
The shoulder is hard to judge between the shoulder transition into the ditch. The shoulder is supposed to be walkable, and also, but the ditch has a slope requirement, so those are hard to, differentiate. But I didn't measure those, and I purely measure from edge of pavement on one side to edge of pavement to the other side. That's how I get, those are measurements.
You quoted the new traffic generation on Wynn Road will be between 900 and 1,000 trips a day.
That's right.
And it presently is what?
200 to 300, I see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else for you? Okay.
I do
Go
have
ahead.
one other question, and I'm not sure it's for the traffic engineer, maybe for Beth. What do you project for the build-out of that section of this new project that would connect Wynn Road?
Are you asking like time frame?
Time frame, I'm sorry, yeah.
That phase is the final phase. So it is hard to predict when you get that far along, but it is the 5th phase. Trying to think of how many units are in each phase. I mean, I still think you're looking at 4 years at least, but I don't know that's final. That might just be kind of the beginning.
So it is a good long while.
Want to hammer a couple more points so it's clear, because I think Wynn Road is among the top concerns for folks. And so the analysis we just provided, in your opinion, that Wynn Road would be safe if connected, that assumes a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit, correct?
Correct. All the safety data are based on the historic data, which has a 45 miles per hour speed limit.
And in fact, those conditions improve if the speed limit is to be reduced to 35 miles per hour, correct?
That's right.
And the DOT just recently approved not only the reduction to 35 miles per hour, but also the striping of the street. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And the DOT and the town of Garner reviewed the TIA and approved it and did not make any recommendations for any improvements along the existing Wynn Road right-of-way except for that left turn lane shown on this slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the applicant, the town, and the state all reviewed it and determined that the road was safe in the existing conditions, but this applicant team has gone above and beyond and proposed substantial additional improvements to Wynn Road that would not otherwise be required.
Correct. If you're very familiar with White Oak Road and Brown Road improvements, is a very significant commitment, and it was not identified through TIA, although we went through a scoping process. That intersection was not included in TIA. Why? Because, we are only sending through traffic, which is free flow movement. We have minimal impact to that intersection. But, the applicant team are, doing above and beyond, are willing to work with the town, address your top concerns, and which is, a lot of operations issue, a lot of cross history at the road, and I really just feel just very proud of that.
We hit on Wynn Road quite a bit. It may come up again. In fact, I'm sure it will. But we're going to move on for the time being, just in the interest of time for the council. And so, again, an example of improvements that are not triggered by the TIA, not deemed necessary by the town of Garner or the NCDOT. This project is proposing substantial improvements to White Oak Road. Can you just summarize those improvements?
Yes, there are, a quick summary of the improvements will include, sorry, let me just find the, yes, one of the zoning conditions for the rezoning approval include improvements along White Oak Road as negotiated and agreed to in the development agreement. So the agreement was approved by council last month and includes an obligation to widen and restripe White Oak Road to provide a minimum of the 4-lane cross-section, starting approximately 1,300 foot linear foot north of Brown Road intersection, and continuing south through the Brown Road intersection for approximately 1,000 feet before tapering back to a 2-lane section.
And I know we're jumping around a bit, but we talked about Wynn Road. Want to also close the loop. We talked about the 2 improvements that were just recently approved by the DOT, that striping, reduction to 35 miles per hour, again, not required by the TIA, but offered by the applicant. The applicant's also proposing 2 other conditions that help to address concerns related to Wynn Road, related to access and construction access. Can you just explain those real quick?
Yes, we listen to the council, listen to the neighbors, and then we pay attention to the NCDOT to reduce speed limit to from 45 miles per hour to 35, and also restripe Wynn Road and install signage to discourage construction traffic from entering side of Wynn Road, and close Wynn Road connection with the barriers during construction of the project.
So 4 conditions that are not required by the TA, but offered by the applicant. So just to summarize all of your testimony, we've talked about a number of things. We've talked about those improvements required by the TIA all being offered, Wynn Road improvements not required by the TIA still being offered, and then White Oak Road improvements not required by the TIA, but again, still being offered, and those are substantial and should not be lost in the shuffle. To confirm, with all of those factors taken into consideration, in your expert opinion, does this project and its proposed improvements create safe conditions for pedestrians and vehicles, not only on Wynn Road, but throughout the entire impacted area?
Yes, I do.
And in your expert opinion, will the proposed transportation improvements for the entire project, again, be able to serve the development while maintaining acceptable levels of service in the immediate area?
Yes.
And then from a transportation perspective, will the proposed development endanger? So I'm asking, will it actually endanger the public health or safety?
Not in my opinion.
And then last question, do the plans that we've proposed conform with the town's transportation plans related to the site?
Yes, extension of Wynn Road and widening of Hebron Church and New Bethel Church Road will meet the town's transport plan requirement.
So those are all of my questions for Mr. Wand, if the council has any additional questions for him.
Okay, Council, any other questions for this gentleman? Anybody?
A question in reference to the condition that may be considered later on pertaining to the one-way into the proposed development. Will that have any impact on the average daily traffic?
It will reduce traffic because it's going to make it less desirable, but it may also create confusion. One-way street, that's a compliance issue. That's something, you have to address.
It will be, you're saying now, based upon your expert opinion, it will reduce the traffic from roughly, from what it is now, 1,000 to whatever is. I know you can't do the analysis in your head. You have to go back and do the numbers.
I can do analysis, but I think reduced by half, it's a reasonable starting point.
By half.
Well, I think I want to make sure it's clear what that scenario would be, because your testimony to date has not assumed any changes to the plan, correct?
Correct. I haven't done any analysis regarding one-way street.
And so you've testified that as the proposal stands today, it meets the town's requirements and is safe. Is that correct?
Correct. That's based on my professional opinion.
And so just to make sure it's clear for the record, I think when we talk about changing the number of units, it's going to lead to a number of other impacts. So if the units go somewhere else, does that ultimately result in a net reduction? And so without knowing what that plan would look like, I think it's kind of beyond the scope of what we're able to testify to today.
Gotcha. No, one more question in reference to the level of service. What's the current level of service to the dead end for Wynn Road?
You gotta say it levels A, and we usually don't do level service for very low volume traffic, for the road.
If it is open, what do you anticipate it being?
It's still for the roadway, we talk a V/C ratio. There, the two-lane road can carry, I think we recently did something like, 10,000 to 15,000. It's a range depending on the, context. So if we're adding traffic under the current condition, based on current proposed development plan, and the maximum will be 1,200. So that's 0.12 of V/C ratio. That's very low and it will correspond to levels A.
So the acceptable level of service, did you get an A, B, C, the designation for it?
That's A.
A, okay, I'll finish.
Okay.
At this time, I'd like, unless there are more questions, sorry, for Mr. Wan.
I don't believe so at this time. How many more witnesses do you have?
One more witness.
Okay. I'm going to probably call a recess after this one then, assuming that it won't take an extended period of time.
Yeah, and we'll make this witness as quick as possible, and if I'd be given an opportunity just to recap our evidence as well, either before or after the recess, I'm fine with either. So this time I'd like to call Nick Kirkland. Nick, could you please give your name, your address, and your experience for the council?
Hi, my name is Nick Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a state certified general appraiser in the state of North Carolina and the Commonwealth of Virginia. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impacts in hearings just like this, before boards just like this, well over 100 times, including before this board. And I've been appraising for over 7 years. I graduated from NC State with a degree in public speaking.
And can you describe your role in this particular project?
Certainly. So Kirkland Appraisals has been asked to perform an impact study to determine whether or not the proposed use would, two things. First, be consistent or harmonious in the area in which it is to be located. And second, whether or not the proposed use would impact the adjoining property values in either the subdivision component or the townhome component. So in order...
Let me step in real quick before you get too far into it. This time I'd like to tender Nick as an expert in the field of real property appraisal and impacts to new development.
So noted.
Yeah. And that report was handed out to council at the start of this hearing. Nick, so as you're going to dive into there, can you just talk through your analysis in this project and the conclusions you reached?
Yep. So in order to determine whether a use is harmonious or consistent in the area in which it is to be located, it's important to look at the surrounding area. How are similar developments already in place in that immediate area? And for the proposed use of a subdivision with a townhome component, it's actually a really common use, especially in this area. I'm just seeing on the map above, you can see it to the west as well as to the northwest. And there's another example to the northwest. It's a very common use in this portion of Garner to have a townhome component. And given that it's in close proximity to the school, having higher density residential uses in that location in a zoning where it is intended is a typical and consistent use. Based on this information, it's my professional opinion that the proposed use will be complementary or compliant in the area in which it is to be located and a harmonious use in its location. And now, in order to determine whether or not this proposed use would impact the adjoining property values, we've looked at home sales in subdivisions that back up to townhomes, as well as subdivisions that have townhome components, and looked at, well, if townhomes are a concern and market participants don't want to live next to those and they're not willing to pay the same price to live next to those, homes that are closest to townhomes should have a negative impact. However, what we found is when looking at homes that are close to townhomes versus homes within the same subdivision of very similar size, age, and quality that are not near townhomes, they're selling for very similar prices. We were not able to identify any examples of townhomes having a negative impact on the adjoining property values. And explicitly for this case, with the Blue Line Creek that runs along the north section of the townhome portion, that is not allowed to be cleared and will have to maintain as vegetation in addition to their proposed vegetative buffer. And the main concern when backing up a multifamily use next to a single family use is the appearance factor and having to look at it, because that's a strong concern for a lot of the existing neighbors when such a use is proposed. So this will have above average screening for such a use. And then lastly, to touch on whether or not the proposed additional interconnection with the adjoining subdivision or along Wynn Road would have an impact, what we've done to address this is we've looked at examples where the homes at the front of subdivisions or neighborhoods have the most daily traffic compared to homes at the back of neighborhoods. In other words, those homes at the front have a lot more vehicle trips per day because all the people who live behind them in that subdivision have to drive by. Do the homes at the front of subdivisions sell for less due to increased vehicle traffic? And this is explicitly not talking about, the front two corner lots that may back up to a 4-lane road, but in general, the homes at the front of subdivisions that have a higher impact or higher traffic counts up against them, are they selling for similar, less, or about the same? And what we found is homes that at the front of subdivisions regularly sell for very similar prices to those at the back of subdivisions in areas where they're similarly constructed. So there's no significant impact projected due to the interconnection proposed. So overall, based on the information that I've provided, it's my professional opinion that the proposed use would not have an impact on the adjoining property values, either in the subdivision component or with the townhome component. I'm happy to go into more detail or answer any questions you may have.
Sure.
Two quick questions, sorry. Just want to make sure I clean it up. In your expert opinion, is this proposed use then compatible with the surrounding area?
Yes.
And then finally, in your professional opinion, will the proposed use substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property?
No.
Thank you. Question for this witness, Ms. Behringer, Dellinger, Vance, Singleton, Payne. Okay. None at this time. Thank you.
And I can summarize the evidence now or hold off.
I think now was probably a good time to go ahead and summarize, yeah.
All right, so as the council knows, we've got 8 criteria. We're required to present competent material and substantial evidence as to each of those. If we present that through expert testimony, then we've met our burden and we are entitled to the special use permit that we're seeking today. And so those 8 are listed here. First, the proposed use will not endanger the public health or safety. Each one of our witnesses testified from an expert standpoint that this proposed use would not endanger the public health or safety. The site's designed in a way that will ensure that. Transportation improvements go so far beyond that. It does more than ensure that. It does extra for the town of Garner. It provides major benefits for the town. And then finally, our appraiser testified that there's no risk of danger to an impact from a property value standpoint. And then he testified directly to item 2, will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. In fact, his analysis revealed that really this is a common and compatible use, consistent, and has no anticipated negative impacts at all. The development will comply with all requirements of the ordinance. Our engineer testified to that, as well as town staff, confirming in their initial presentation that we do comply with the ordinance. They've verified that thoroughly since the project was filed back in October. Similarly, on item number 4, we're consistent with the town's plans, and so that was determined in the rezoning from the comprehensive plan standpoint. We've testified through our engineers, both of them, that we're consistent with the transportation plan. And I know that Wynn Road subject is touchy, but that is a required connection, and that extension is part of the town's plan. And the reason that it's part of the town's plan is because there is an overall benefit to the town when we provide more connectivity. Over the long term, it creates benefits for the town. It reduces traffic elsewhere. So it's an important policy that the town specifically put in its transportation plan. The proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses. Our appraiser testified directly to that. His report is thorough, and that is in the record. Any significant adverse impacts resulting from the use will be mitigated or offset. All of the impacts that could stem from a development like this, whether it's traffic, noise, or otherwise, that's all covered. Our traffic engineer testified that not only do we mitigate the expected impacts, we're going above and beyond. Similarly, we are providing all of the code, things that you can through buffers, fencing, and otherwise to mitigate the impacts of being a single-family neighbor to a single-family neighbor. And then our appraiser also testified about some of those features of this site that ensure that when you look at the value of these properties, that there aren't any significant adverse impacts. Public safety, transportation, and utility facilities are available to serve the subject property. That's clear here that the facilities are available, and Ms. Blackman testified directly on that point. Adequate assurances of continuing maintenance have been provided. That was also addressed by Ms. Blackman. There's going to be an HOA that manages it. I know Wynn Road continues to be a discussion point, and I know that it's tough when we look at a connection like that and we see change from a new neighborhood going and the impacts to a street that's largely been less traveled. But the only evidence before you tonight confirms through expert testimony that not only is it safe in its current configuration, when this connection is made with the project as proposed, it remains safe. It meets DOT standards. It has a 20-foot width. That 20-foot width is exactly what DOT calls for this type of site. Now, I know there was a miscommunication at some point along the way about it being 22 feet, but the actual DOT requirement is 20 feet, and that's at 40 miles per hour. Or sorry, 45 miles per hour. So it is safe as it stands today with this connection. And I know that the process that got to this point led to some confusion, but the council now has the benefit of some clear expert testimony that makes it clear it's safe at 45 miles per hour. But what this project is doing is it's going above and beyond that. So not only is it safe in the current conditions, but it's adding striping, and it's reducing the speed to 35 miles per hour. Again, that's above and beyond. So it's safe, and now it's safer. So with that, we've presented competent material and substantial evidence to each of these criteria, and we respectfully request that you vote to approve this special use permit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I understand, yeah, so the applicant, this concludes your presentation?
This does.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for some time. This is a public hearing, so we're going to hear from members of the public, particularly those who have signed up. I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess at this time, so I'll ask you to be back about no later than 20 after 9 so we can continue this process and get it completed. Thank you. We're in recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, call the meeting back to order and in session, and this is a public hearing. We've had some folks who signed up to speak, and so those are the persons that I'm going to recognize at this time. And I'll ask, I believe, the town attorney or the town clerk to assist me in who those people are. So when your name is called, everybody's been sworn in, Ms. Gibson, is that right? Has been sworn? Okay. So as we start with the first name, come on up to the podium and try to be as concise as possible, but we'll hear from you at this time.
The next name on the list would be Josh Whitaker.
Again, Josh Whitaker, law firm Whitaker Hamer, 2028 Simpkins Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603. Again, we represent the Lees. We've heard all of our experts today. A lot of this information, like the appraisal report, is new to me, that we got today. The Lees are going to, no matter what the decision is today, the Lees are going to consider their legal options going forward. And so that's what I would let the council know is no matter what the vote is today, that might not be the end of it for the Lees. Of particular concern, I'm no expert on these matters, but of particular concern is the traffic analysis and some of the assumptions that were made in the traffic analysis. And the Lees believe, they're not experts, they're not engineers, that it's a little understated what the effect is going to be. Some of the projects that have been approved since the traffic analysis was completed, and frankly just don't believe some of the conclusions that the applicant's expert came to. And so that's what we'll concentrate on going forward, exploring those avenues. There are a couple of folks who are going to speak today with a little more specificity than I am. But that's what I wanted to convey to the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I'll hear from the next person now.
Allison Lee.
Okay, Ms. Lee.
My name's Allison Lee. I live at 200 Lee Farm Lane, Garner, North Carolina, 27529. I will be speaking to information including in the traffic impact analysis that is issued by the VHB engineering firm, as well as the review report that was issued by the NC.DOT. The traffic impact analysis was issued on October 28th, 2021, which makes this report approximately 13 plus months old. It only goes out to 2024. I did reach out to on the afternoon, Friday afternoon, so that would have been December 2nd, I think, around 1:30 p.m. I did speak with an employee in the North Carolina Department of Transportation congestion management team who was able to access this report and familiarize themselves with this report. They did tell me specifically during that phone call, again.
I'd object to hearsay testimony from somebody that's not present for examination.
As one of the people involved in that conversation.
There's an objection.
Hold up just a minute, Ms. Lee. Mr. Attorney, do you have the authority to go ahead and rule in this matter?
So, yes, so as the presiding officer over this hearing, you have the authority to either sustain the objection, meaning the witness would not testify further on that matter, or overrule it so that the witness could provide testimony regarding items that were provided by another person outside of the scope of this hearing, which is the nature of the hearsay objection.
Well, I was going to say, if I understand hearsay, what Ms. Lee is saying at this point is hearsay, something she heard from someone else, right?
Yes, or information provided to her.
Right. So that would not be allowed, right?
If that's your rule, yes.
Yes, the point is made
So
that.
you would be sustaining the objection in that matter.
Sustain the objection, Ms. Lee.
Am I allowed to comment on information provided to me from the town?
No, you would not be able to testify to what someone else has told you. That person would need to testify here.
So I can't even talk about the documents that were provided to me from the town.
Well, I'll rely on the town attorney.
You could comment on information provided in the documents that are within the record provided here today.
Okay, all right, thank you.
However, I just want to clarify, you've not been qualified to give opinions on that, so you can
Correct.
comment on factual information.
Yes, ma'am. I will be providing page details as well. We're looking at the traffic information report analysis. Again, it was issued October 22nd, 2021. Again, about 13 months old. The growth rate is 3%, and it goes out to year 2024. Beth, I apologize, I think your last name's Blackman, testified earlier today that this phase would be done, the last phase, at least 4 years, I believe were her exact words, 2024 being within 13 months of where we are now. I would like to state for the record, this is public record, that the high school included, that is in the impact area of this impact analysis, did not actually become placed in service until September of 2018. The traffic analysis data that was used in this traffic impact analysis report was pulled from years 2018 and 2019. The reason that's important is because during that time, that high school only had freshman and sophomore students.
That's incorrect information.
Okay.
That's incorrect information.
Okay.
My son went there as a freshman starting in the fall of 2016.
Okay. Okay. Was he with Garner Magnet?
Yes.
And was it all 4 years when he was there?
He was there for 2 years, then went back to Garner Magnet. So they built up the freshman and sophomore classes, then they started adding the junior class. And you're right, in 18
Right.
there was only three classes there, then the 19 was the fourth class, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And Miss, let me just confer with my attorney for a minute. If I believe under these hearing rules, if any member of the council detects an inaccurate statement, I believe they can interrupt or raise their hand. Is that correct?
Right, or question.
Question, yeah. Okay, thank you, Ms. Singh. Proceed.
Okay. Based on this traffic impact analysis report, if you look at page 5, it's hard the way that this is done, but it's an existing 2021 conditions. The way that this is laid out, it is table 2. It says existing 2021 LOS results. There are 3 intersections and approaches that are analyzed in this table, 2 of which were never analyzed. Those 2 being Hebron Church Road at Wynn Road and New Bethel Church Road at Hebron Church Road. It's important that I note that because our previous expert, and I apologize, I did not receive his name. It's this gentleman right here in the blue vest. He gave, in response to Mr. Elmo's question about a grade of an intersection on Wynn Road, he gave it an A. Based on this report, to which he testified to, they have not analyzed outside of, there is no grade for any intersection on Wynn Road. The 3 intersections that are on this page are Benson Road at New Bethel Church Road, Timber Drive at White Oak Road, and White Oak Road at Hebron Church Road. I would like to point out that one of those has an AM and PM designation of a D. That is White Oak Road at Hebron Church Road. And Timber Drive at White Oak Road has an AM service level of C and a PM service level of D. So out of 3 of the signalized existing results, we have 2 Bs, a C, and 3 Ds. I would also like to point out on page, it's 3 pages later, it's on page 7, it's no build 2024 conditions. There are 5-ish developments that are included in this traffic impact analysis. They are White Oak Farms at Ridgemore, Bethel, Ridgemore South, Harper's Landing, and that's it. There are additional developments that have been approved since this was conducted that include Oak Park, Rora, Oak Park West, Clifford Glen, and Clifford Road. When you use the published subdivision information on the Town of Garner website, the number of rooftops that have been approved in those subdivisions is 1,435 rooftops that are along New Bethel Church Road, in between New Bethel Church Road and Hebron Church Road. That's how many rooftops that are not included in this traffic impact analysis, of which we have a C and 2 Ds. We have no level of service provided for the 2 main intersections that adjoin this development, Hebron Church Road and New Bethel Road, and Wynn Road and Hebron Church Road. I find that incredibly interesting. I feel that you should as well. We are asking respectfully, because of the rapid growth in Garner, that we are allowed the time to get an independent traffic analysis to truly see what this development is going to do to us, to our neighbors, to their new residents, to our new taxpayers. 1,435 rooftops is a large number. That is a large number. Even if you only have 2 cars per household, it's almost 3,000 cars that are not in this traffic impact analysis. The other item that I would like to speak to that was not spoken about with the applicant is number 6, any significant adverse impacts resulting from the use will be mitigated or offset, including impacts on the natural environment. I will only be testifying to my own personal experience. It's important to note that the development is currently all wooded area. None of it has any type of residences on it right now. The reason that I bring this up is because there is a concern about wildlife. I live at Leaf Farm Lane. It's in the middle of the property that is also surrounded by Alex and Mary Lee. And just within the last 30 days, we have an issue with coyotes. And I know we've all seen this on the news, but I have a timeline of what I've documented. We're fortunate. We have security video at our home. We have a German Shepherd outside who's able to safely roam within parameters. On November 7th at 9:27 p.m., I noticed my German Shepherd acting extremely volatile. I pulled up the camera, and there was a coyote at 9:25 p.m. on my back patio, within 6 feet of my back door. I have a 7-year-old who weighs 45 pounds. I have a 10-year-old that weighs 65 pounds. And I have a 12-year-old that weighs 110 pounds. 9:25 p.m. On November 14th, my husband was hunting in the woods and did see a coyote. We have a timestamped video, not video, we have a timestamped picture of that as well. On November 19th, Joe Cook, who is a neighbor, he is, I don't know his address off the top of my head, but hopefully everybody knows here, he's across from where a lot of the subdivision is going to be. He texted me at 10:51 p.m. We had spoken about my 9:25 p.m. Our scare with the coyote that was so close to our home, and he said that there's a coyote. He is laying in the grass. He is laying on his side, sunning himself at 10:51 a.m. in the middle of the day. On November 24th, on the way to my mother-in-law's home for Thanksgiving, around 10:05 a.m., there's a large berm that is right across the street from the high school, right on the road of Hebron Church Road, and a coyote was seen right up next to the berm, again in broad daylight around 10:05 a.m. Later that day at 11:24, on 11/24 at 9:25 p.m., a coyote was again seen on our driveway as we came home from Thanksgiving from out of town with another family. As Mr. Whitaker has said, we are working diligently to reach out to consultants that we can do to make some type of analysis of what leveling 131 acres of wildlife is going to do, because at the end of the day, the woods that are going to be left are going to be the ones that are on our property. And unfortunately, we do believe that will adversely affect our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Alex Lee?
Mr. Lee.
And then the next person will be Gail Caverly.
Good evening.
Evening. My name is Gail Caverly. I'm at 2525 Wynn Road, down at the end by where the construction's going to be. And my concern, I have a couple concerns. One is drainage. There's an awful lot of water that goes through my field, goes under my driveway, goes under my neighbor's driveway, floods her yard, and then eventually drains off to the property. So I don't know where they think that's water's going to go, and is it going to back up into my yard? Second concern I have is the safety on Wynn Road. Testimony today that it is safe at 45 miles an hour. I have a little sports car, a Hyundai Velociter. I have tried to drive that road at 45 miles an hour and can't do it. You just cannot take those curves. Nobody's discussed the curves at the end of Wynn Road. Now, if you get a bus going down there and a car passing it, if the road's 20 feet wide, your average bus is 10, 11 feet wide. How are you going to get a bus and another car passing? How are you going to get a bus and a person walking on the road? It's where I walk my dogs. If that road gets opened up, I can no longer do that because it's not safe. I've also got to concern the coyotes. I got a camera pointing at my side door. I got a camera pointing at the back door. I have picked up 3 coyotes at a time walking through my yard in daylight, noon. They're coming up to the side of my house. I don't know where they live, and cutting back on the territory isn't going to help it any. There's plenty of deer back there when I come home, 10 o'clock at night. I just know they're going to be there. You see the lights, they're standing on the road, and they're not really bright. They don't move. You took that at 45 miles an hour, there'd be a big problem. There's only no accidents because people know it's there and do it safely. If somebody was coming at me, I don't know if I could avoid the deer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Those are all the persons who have signed up to speak.
Okay. I believe we put out the word early on that if somebody wanted to speak here, they needed to sign up. And so we've done that.
Yes.
So those are the witnesses then that we will hear from this evening.
So the applicant would have the right to present rebuttal evidence or a closing argument.
Okay. We will do that at this time, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We certainly appreciate some of the concerns that were raised by neighbors tonight, but it's frankly, these are all details that have been studied by experts in their respective fields. What you have tonight is not a legislative hearing, so this isn't a hearing where we consider the various input that doesn't meet a standard of evidence, and that standard is that it has to come from an expert in order to qualify for each of these elements. You have to present competent material and substantial evidence for these elements. So lay witness testimony does not meet that burden. So if someone has not been qualified as an expert, they can't testify as to those factors. That evidence can't be considered. Standing is also an issue. We haven't heard folks that have established standing. I think we can set that aside and just rest assured that the object or the requirement of council tonight is straightforward. You look at whether you've been presented with evidence as to each of these 8 factors from an expert witness. And if you have, and there hasn't been an expert witness to rebut that, your hands are unfortunately tied. You have to vote to approve this. We have met our evidentiary burden through 3 expert witnesses, and so we're entitled to this special use permit. So we respectfully request that you vote to approve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that is the final.
Mr. Mayor, I do have some questions for the traffic engineer over here.
Okay, we'll hear from the traffic engineer.
Yes, sir. Balhong Wan, HB Engineering.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
in Ms. Lee, being a lay person, was not analyzing the details of the traffic impact analysis, but she did note several significant elements of it related to the timing of it, the consideration of certain intersections.
Yeah.
Was she correct in her assessment of
No.
the details of the traffic impact analysis?
She's not correct.
In which ways was she not?
When she's claiming, some developments are not included in the analysis, and that's why in the beginning of testimony, I said, the Tom Garner and the NCDOT have very, strict guidelines on how TIA need to be performed before they can be performed. During the scoping process, we went through with the Tom Garner staff and NCDOT staff to go through, which intersections to study, and what kind of traffic parameters and what about growth and need to be included. And then in addition to the 3% growth, and we include 4 development trips, and you all are familiar with the development process. When they present their development, TI always assume the worst case scenario, always assume the whole build out, and when we include trips, we actually over projecting when we include those individually. And also we added that together and with the 3% growth rate. And then based on that, the numbers that Tom Garner and DOT review that and feel it's meet their standard. It meet their parameters set forth before the capacity analysis was conducted and during review process, and they are satisfied with their traffic projections.
So in your professional opinion, does the traffic impact analysis that was conducted, let me ask the first question. Are you aware of all of the projects that have been approved in the town of Garner since the TI?
Yes, there's a 50 of them. It's a list. I think the town of Garner did an excellent job listing all the developments, and we just choose the bucket list and which represent, has most impact on the study section we are required to analyze. And also collectively, we look at it in 3 years with all these assumptions, how much growth are you projecting? If you are projecting 30% or 60%, then what's the question? Are you really just, I think at one intersection, White Oak and Bryan Road, and we are projecting 80% traffic increase in 3 years, 4 years. So it's a really very conservative, but that's a lot of engineering analysis being done in that way. That's what we are we're doing analysis for. So you can't just look at a single thing. Oh, you're missing that one, and then to critique their entire analysis. That's not fair. That's not professional opinion.
I guess, again, just to be clear, because
yes, I appreciate the question. I think that's very, very common question.
The traffic impact analysis that was conducted,
yes,
operated on certain assumptions.
Correct.
But it was not necessarily measured against the actual known development that had been, all of that had been approved, but not all that was in the pipeline.
That's correct. That's kind of more like a legislature requirement, which ones are ahead of you, which one behind you, to capture all this, behind you. You mean being conservative includes the entire rezoning case. But in rezoning case, always over project. The actual build out is smaller, and also you phase it out. You can just approve that development in 1,000 development units, but you may never get it. Okay.
And Mr. Wan, so the developments that are considered in the traffic impact analysis, those are all decided and reviewed by the town of Garner and the DOT, correct?
That's right. It's not we decide, we pick and choose which development to include.
So you do a scoping meeting, you decide what development to account for, and you also decide, or you also assume a rate of overall annual traffic increase. Is that correct?
Correct. Even after all this analysis has been done, we do a big picture and come back, do the comparison, and we feel very comfortable with the projections.
And at the completion of that process, you complete the TIA, and then it's again reviewed by the town of Garner and the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And both the town of Garner and the North Carolina Department of Transportation signed off and approved the traffic impact analysis that you performed.
Correct. We have a official approval.
I guess, yeah, that was my question is, it has not been revised since it was approved, correct?
I think if what triggers TI revision? It's like a legal document entered into record unless there is you're changing site plan or increasing site plan density, and then the town gonna require us to include a TI revision, but otherwise it's not stipulated.
So the TIA was submitted in accordance with the timing required by the town of Garner. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it assumes increase in traffic over time beyond today. Is that correct?
Correct.
To your question, do you know that the traffic impact analysis is at this time consistent with the actual growth that is occurring or has been planned to occur since the TIA was completed? Yes or no?
We are very comfortable with the traffic projections, and why so is because it's a traffic pattern. We study year by year traffic volume, and I think the lady mentioned although she's not an expert, 2018, 2019 data, actually is more conservative and to be used and by NCDOT standard and by the town standard. And nowadays, if you go out and then people travel pattern changing, and you see a lot of volume decrease along the roadways, and some stipulations may no longer apply. If you want to override that, that require all the state, all the governments redo their studies.
And I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get the it has not been compared. You're comfortable that it's comparable, but it has not actually been compared since it's been submitted and completed with what has actually occurred since 2021.
And what do we compare to?
All the developments that have been approved and the rooftops that have come up.
And again, that's a regulatory requirement at that time. It's.
Thank you.
Okay, since you gave Mr. Diligent, any other council member have a question for the traffic expert? Anything, Craig? Yeah, okay. All right. You're good. Thank you. Okay, we have heard from all the signed up witnesses, from all the persons I believe that we will hear from on this occasion. I'm going to close a public hearing unless the attorney advises I'm missing something.
Do you have a question? Are we moving or including the proposed change or not? Does that come after the hearing's over, or is that part of the hearing?
You're talking about the one-way designation,
Yeah.
that option? It's my understanding that the applicant has not put that forward, so in order to impose that as a reasonable condition, it has to meet one of those 5 elements, which is to address the impacts of the proposed development on adjoining property, the existing natural and man-made features of the site, off-site and on-site traffic flow, public utilities, infrastructure and services, or such other public services or goals of the comprehensive growth plan, adopted plans, or transportation plan that may be negatively impacted by the proposed development.
So do we have to close the hearing before we do that or not? Before we discuss it?
Question before I'm jumping on what Mr. Dudler said. So this issue we saw, item we saw tonight with the one-way, one-road reduction to 75 townhomes, that's a condition that the applicant has not agreed to? Is that what you're saying, or?
In order for that, my understanding, in order for that option to work, they'd have to reconfigure that portion of the property to reduce it to less than 75 units. So that requires a reconfiguration, which my understanding is the applicant has not evaluated fully. It was discussed with them potentially last week.
Can we get Mr. Marsh to address this?
So the application as submitted does not have a change to have one way or 75 units or less. And the reason being that we haven't been able to study that. So as you all know, there are a lot of factors that go into how this could work. And if you're going to start taking units away from that other section for the project to work with all the other commitments, they're going to have to go somewhere else. So we don't know that that's possible. We haven't studied it, and it's going to have ramifications. And frankly, I think if you start moving units around, it may be that there's actually not a net benefit because you're going to have the same number of units, and you could cluster them in a way that directs traffic right to where you don't want it to go. So because we haven't studied it, we haven't offered it. If something like that was to be proposed, from our perspective, it would have to be accompanied by a caveat that that situation is only required where we're able to keep the unit count elsewhere and reconfigure the other parts of the plan so that the project still works. But without that caveat, we aren't able to commit to it.
So I guess my question is to Mr. Dellinger's question. We can, that potentially can be incorporated in a motion that we're going to call for in a few minutes. Is that correct? Or do we need to address this issue before we get ready to put a motion before us?
Right, and to answer your question about the public hearing, it's sort of irrelevant. If you need to reopen it to discuss the condition, you can reopen the public hearing. That's just as to whether you're going to receive additional evidence. But yes, with a special use permit, you can impose reasonable conditions that address one of those 5 factors. So you would have to tie the condition to one of those factors.
Right. So
Now,
yeah.
you've heard a counter proposal that condition include them, I believe, not losing overall unit count.
Would they
That's what I
like
heard.
time
Yeah.
to analyze that since it's on the table and we could reconvene the hearing at another time and you'd have time to analyze the feasibility of such a condition?
So the timeline is becoming very tricky. So we discussed at least this possibility because we haven't studied it. And what can we do to give the town assurances to address that possibility, but make sure that this project still works? And so I'd like to read some language that we would propose that would achieve, I think, the mutual goal of we can create that 75-unit one-way scenario, provided that the plan still is viable. And so what we would propose is that we would agree to limit that northern section that we're familiar with to 75 units, provided that we're allowed to move the open space, the amenities, and our lots elsewhere on the property. In other words, that we maintain all of the features, the open space, the amenities, and the number of lots we're proposing. We move it elsewhere on the property, and that the one-way entrance then still satisfies the cul-de-sac and block length requirements for our neighborhood north of the creek. And so that carve out is so that when we reach that point, it is indeed permitted to have the one way that we all agree that's allowed. So I can read that again if it helps, but essentially we would agree to limit that section, that northern section at issue, to 75 units and convert the connection to Wynn Road to a one-way, provided that, one, we're able to relocate our open space and our amenity, as well as the number of lots we'd be taking from that section, we're able to relocate those elsewhere. It'll essentially be a swap between the two. The amenity would go in that northern section to reduce the number of units. So we're allowed to make that swap and keep the number of units, and that one-way entrance is confirmed to satisfy the cul-de-sac and dead-end street requirements for our neighborhood north of the creek.
And then stating that no buffers would change, that back up to, I know in that northern section, there's some, that crossover where Wynn Road is, none of those buffers or anything are going to change.
Correct. We would keep the committed 2 buffers.
Okay.
So, Ms. Jones, do I understand, well, that would be reduced to writing and incorporated in the information that we would vote on this evening? I mean, he's...
Right.
verbally-
Should you vote to approve this,
Yeah.
that would be added as a condition in addition to the other conditions that staff proposed.
Okay.
I've just a question on the wording because it changed from they'll reduce and and then if they could, and then it was sort of that they would. So I want to be very clear, because if you say they'll reduce it and say if they can do all these other things, if they come back and say they can't, then it goes away. So I want to be crystal clear that there's not much of an if statement in what they're proposing, because that creates a situation where if they don't mean it, then they go forward with what's here before us. So I just want the wording to be very, very specific.
So what we're trying to avoid is a situation where we get to the site plan approval and we can't get it approved. So our concern isn't really like we as a developer could draw a plan that relocates those units, but we still ultimately would need Jeff and his team to approve that plan and make sure that it checks all the requirements and that there's not a new issue. So in order to make this commitment, we need to have the ability to be able to rescind it if it doesn't get approved.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Mr. Treason a question?
I believe so.
Y'all, the TRC came up with the 75, because that was talked about with, you know, we're talking 16 units here. Could that 75 go to 80, and you still got to move some units, and it might give them some more flexibility because they don't have to move quite as many units? I mean, the one way is stopping the traffic from going westbound. It's going to all be going eastbound. And you still cut down the number of units, and who knows how many people may just, you know, how they will go in and out of the subdivision. I'm just asking, you proposed 75. I was wondering if that could be flexible to up to 80. I'm just trying to think, if they got to move 16, it's easier to move 11 than it is 16.
So I would not be able to do that based on past precedent and how we've approached it. But I will say this, when it comes to modifications and flexibility, as long as the applicant is not relaxing things or not doing at least what they have proposed as part of this project, we will give them that flexibility. As long as the access points generally stay the same, the density is not increasing, the traffic being generated is not increasing, we can be flexible with that. So as far as, you know, moving the open space amenities a little bit and exchanging that, as long as everything else is still, you know, the open space is still being adhered to, the buffers are being adhered to, we would give them that flexibility.
Staff modifies site plans quite often, little things here and little things there. Right, okay. All right, thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions for Mr. Smith?
I just have the question, if it makes more sense to let the staff and the applicant work that out before, and so we know precisely the site plan and density and access points we're working on, and not approve this tonight and have that finalized condition as part of the special use permit. Not terribly comfortable with the ambiguity. I have confidence that they can work it out, but at the same time, it tightens things up a little more if we know exactly what we're approving the permit for.
And Mr. Dellinger, I couldn't agree with you more that we would love to be able to provide that certainty at this point in the process. But as you all know, there have been a number of timelines in this project that have been put in jeopardy in a number of different ways. And so I think the assurance that you have that this works is those written conditions, those buffers, those commitments to the project, those can't change. Jeff has clarified we can make these internal adjustments, but the things we've committed to have to stay. So what we're looking at is how do we configure a swap between amenities and open space and units. That's the exercise. And so all of the boundaries, which I think are most important, and all of those traffic commitments, those don't go away. It's just going to be an exercise for our team in drawing the plans and getting them reviewed. And frankly, if we were to start that exercise today, we've missed our deadlines. So we appreciate that concern. We're just not yet able to do it at this time.
So we should propose the 75 limit, and then you find a way to meet it. Period. And then you still have to do all of the configuration and consulting with staff that you would have had to do otherwise. But if we go ahead and give you the condition, then you know your parameters, and you can we can all stay on timeline.
I appreciate that concern at this point. Our proposal would be that it would be if we are able to get that approved, we would need that contingency because we aren't able to control all aspects. And I think everybody in this room, there are aspects of this project that are desirable, not only for the applicant, for the town, if we think about these transportation improvements and that development agreement that has been approved already, and to start putting that onus on the applicant to ensure approval by the town is something we can't control. So there's got to be a balance here, and so that's why we propose it as we've worded.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on just 1 minute. Well,
I don't think that, I think the development agreement could proceed. They've already got the rezoning. The
right,
hold
let's
up on the special use
talk
permit
one at a
would not
time.
impede
Yeah.
the progress on the rest of the
I'll
development.
recognize Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As usual, I kind of sit around and listen. This thing, we've all heard it. I think we could repeat it backwards. But if the applicant, which he said he is, we can make this a condition, or how we want to word it, 75 units. We'll make that street one way, so that'll take care of the traffic flow just coming in, not going out. And there's a couple of laterally moving some things around, which I think you and the staff can work out. If we, like I said, put those in those conditions, I think we can put something on the table tonight and vote on this thing and move forward with it and be done with it. I mean, we can nickel and dime it to 2024 and still not get nowhere. So I think if we put those conditions in, stipulate them, if the attorney agrees with it, we can vote on this tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'll hear from any other council member at this point, if anybody. Okay, I believe I officially closed the public hearing, so that's taken care of. Council, the last action is to put a motion of some type in regards to the matter before you here this evening, and you have the options. And as Mr. Matthews said, I believe a motion could incorporate some of this language that would accomplish what has been stated here. Would that be correct to say or not?
Yes, you could, if you wanted to add the condition. I'm not a fan of proposing conditions on the fly that we haven't been able to vet, but
yeah,
if everyone understands the condition as proposed, then you could vote on that.
Okay, well, I'd like to see us move it along. It's been a long time in the making, but if council is not comfortable yet with the proposal, then obviously I'll do what council wishes to do. But in my view, a motion is in order, and you can decide on the basis of that if you think you're clear in what condition will be proposed, and we can go ahead and vote on it now.
And we reduce that condition to writing so that we know exactly what it is. I mean,
Well, it's two things, 75 units in that upper phase and a one-way street from coming in, not going out. That's about as specific as you can get it with those two conditions there. And I'll make a motion to that effect. Maybe we need to clean it up a little bit. That's the two items we're talking about when all's said and done. One-way street, 75 units.
Well, no, there's a little bit more to that.
Well, I'm talking about just on those two particular
Here,
items.
I'll make the suggestion. Let's pause this one, go to the next one, let them work out the language back and forth, and come back to this one. Because to be sure, the next public hearing won't take this long. I'm not being ugly. I'm just saying I think the next one will move just a little bit faster. I don't think it's a whole different thing. It's a big warehouse. I would just suggest that way the language, as Mr. Dillon just said, will be out there and you can read it and we can go along. I would just suggest that. We've done that before.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay. So
All right, I hear the sentiment of council on that matter, and
So-
if the parties involved feel as though they can get together and work it out on fairly short order, then we will certainly circle back to that.
So we just,
We'll just
we
continue.
don't pause it here, and I know there's another word, it's not pause, it's,
I think continue. We're not tabling, I don't think.
Yes, thank you.
You're just basically recessing this public hearing at this time, and you're going to revisit it later in the
Put it on the
agenda.
back burner, okay.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Hodge is going to work on the condition.
All right, thank you. So, all right, that meeting has been recessed. Is that the right term? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is what, number 2, I believe. The warehouse, Guy Road Warehouse presenter, Ms. Jones.
Sorry, I distracted her. I don't, okay.
Was there anything? Okay, Ms. Jones, I hear from you.
Has everyone been sworn in for this project, or
Right,
was
my
everyone?
understanding, in addition to staff, the 3 people who signed up and were sworn in are Tim Grissington, Drew Thigpen, and Douglas Cooper. Was anyone else intending to speak who was not sworn in?
Those are the witnesses on this.
In addition
particular-
to Mr. Triesenberg and Ms.
Okay,
Jones.
all right. Are those 3 persons still here?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. All right, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Okay, good evening. I'm here to present the second public special use project for tonight. It's Guy Road Warehouse Special Use Permit SUP SP 2201. Move this back, so I won't hit it again. The applicant is Greenberg Gibbons and Properties. The owner is Joan Ann and John Fiore, excuse me if I pronounced their last name wrong, located at 0 Guy Road. The tract size is 16.37 acres. The request is to establish a 128,000 square foot flex warehouse building with 3 buildings. The tract size is 16.37 acres, like I just mentioned, and this can be found at the corner of US 70 and Southwest Guy Road, and can be further identified as Wake County Penn 1740-12-2349. The proposed use is flex warehouse. The current zoning, at the time of application, as you all aware, that back in July 5th of this year, the town went through a new to UDO and some of the zoning districts changed. So at that point of the time application was submitted, it was light industrial, and it has been renamed to light industrial LI versus I-1 at the time of submittal. The project is in the Commercial Highway Overlay District. The setbacks for this particular project is 50 feet from the front. Rear is 0 and 50 feet. Side is 0 and 25, and the corner will be 35 feet. There was a neighborhood meeting held in person at 6 p.m. on May the 12th. The meeting summary was in your staff report. And here is the overall site, view of the site. Right here is Highway 70. And this is Guy Road. And here is Wide Span Drive as well. And the 3 buildings that I mentioned that can total up to 128,000 square feet, A, B, and C. And this little yellow right here, this is a 50-foot existing gas line easement right here. Sidewalk and the 3rd lane to US 70 will be added as well. And the proposed buildings, the building will be constructed out of brick and ephes with store front panels and metal awnings as well. There's no open space requirement as this is a non-residential development. Landscape and buffer requirements of tree coverage, they're required to have 10.5%. They're preserving 7%, and they're going to add an additional 3.5% to make the 10.5%. The street buffer is 15 feet, and the perimeter buffer is 35 feet on the southern tip and 15 feet on the northern side. Site lighting is in compliance with the UDO and staff policies for LED fixtures. There will have no zero uplight, low glare, and warm light exhibiting a color temperature of no more than 4,000 Kelvin. Parking for flex space is one space per every 500 square feet of floor area, and parking for indoor storage is one space per 2,500 square feet. They're required to have 308 parking spaces. They are proposing 311. The inspections department, together with the fire department, has reviewed and approved the plan as proposed. The site does not contain any FEMA floodplain. However, there are News River buffer areas do exist on the site. In the northern margins, impact permits from appropriate state and federal agencies will be required in order to develop in the environmentally sensitive areas. Guy Road Warehouse Project is a commercial project site that is not located in the water protection area. The project is subject to water quality requirements for nitrogen only, as well as water quantity requirements for the 1, 10, and 25-year storm events. This plan is proposing a wet retention pond to treat the impervious surface. This will satisfy the water quality and quantity requirements for this project. It offers nitrogen offset payment will also be required as a part of this development. This site will be connecting to the City of Raleigh's public water and sewer system. Frontage improvements. The frontage along US 70 will improve to add a third lane and sidewalk behind the drainage as far as practical given the presence of the stream in the northwest corner of the site. Any improvements determined not feasible to construct at this time will have a fee in lieu construction submitted to the town of Garner. The Guy Road frontage will be improved to half of the 4-lane major thoroughfare, including the sidewalks. Meanwhile, Span Drive will be improved to half of the 2-lane industrial street section, including sidewalks. And the development will have 2 points of access, one right in, one out on US 70, and one full movement access from Guy Road. And they have internal cross access to be provided with the neighboring tracks and the property as well. After technical review of the plans, staff has determined that the site plan is now approvable based on these site-specific conditions are being met. Construction drawings shall be submitted to the Raleigh Water for a site plan approval. Prior to issuance of construction drawing approval, yard landscaping points must be recalculated and landscaping plan re-verified by the planning department. Prior to issuance of construction drawing approval, location of VSA screening materials shall be re-verified by the planning department. Prior to issuance of construction drawing approval, sidewalks shall be added to the typical widening detail of US 70 on sheet C803. And prior to the issuance of building permit, engineering inspection fees shall be paid to the town of Garner. And prior to the issuance of the building permit, all the rest of them I'm going to list are issuance of building permit. City of Raleigh utility fees shall be paid. A voluntary annexation petition shall be submitted to the planning department. The appropriate permits from the government agencies to allow the encroachment into the environmentally sensitive areas shall be received by the engineering department. And prior to the issuance of building permit, the Garner Department of Engineering shall be in receipt of the nitrogen offset payment. That is staff's end of their presentation. I'm here for questions, and the applicant is also here too if you have any questions for them.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you. That's a pretty straightforward presentation. Council, you have questions for Ms. Jones? Any down here? Okay. The applicant wish to testify, I suppose.
I don't know if he wishes to testify, but I think he's here to ask if you have any questions for him.
Okay, all right. Let me see if we have any questions for the applicant. Anybody down here? Questions for the applicant? You're clear for now. Okay. All right. So let's see. Thank you, Ms. Jones. I guess we're finished with you. We did have, was it a couple, 2 or 3 people sign up to speak on this issue? Is that right or not? Oh, the 3 of you. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So none, all right. So I think we've covered everybody. I'm going to close the public hearing at this time and call for a motion on this particular issue. Council, what say you?
Mr. Mayor, regarding SUP SP 22-1 Guy Road Warehouse, I found the application SUP SP 22-01 meets the town's 8 criteria for special use permits as identified in Article 3.9.2 Delta. Therefore, I move that the town council approve SUP SP 22-01 Guy Road Warehouse with the 9 site-specific conditions to be listed on the permit that will be prepared by staff.
Okay, motion made and properly seconded. No further questions. I'll ask for the vote. If you favor the motion before you at this time, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Aye.
If there's opposition, vote no. And it is approved and so ordered. So, very good. Congratulations to you. Yeah, okay. Perseverance does pay off when you wait a long time. All right, I'm not sure if our group is back yet. Not sure how much additional time they may need.
I have a parliamentary note, Mr. Mayor, that if take up an agenda item after 10:15 requires a 2/3 vote.
I believe you're right. Yeah, so we are in that status time-wise. We still have new old business, 2 items there, and the third item that we're waiting to return at this time, and it is past 10:15. So council.
I move we continue on with the meeting as listed in the agenda.
Okay, if you favor the motion that we continue, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Any opposition, no? All right. So, yeah, according to our rules and procedures, we're in good standing now. So, Mr. Triesenberg is, are we ready to hear from your group? Okay, let's take that up next.
All right,
Triesenberg, you're going to be presenting, right?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, council members, Jeff Triesenberg, Planning Director. The first item coming back to you tonight for possible decision is 1509 Creech Road. Just a reminder, the applicant is Kelly Development. We're talking about a tract just under 18 acres, and this was a Tier 2 request that consisted of a master plan and written conditions. This is to go from a single-family designation, which is now R2, to multifamily conditional for the development of 176 multifamily units. So that ultimate density works out to be 9.8 units per acre. They have proposed use restrictions as well as architectural and amenity conditions. Just a reminder, here is the site. And again, I'll just point out a couple of quick things. Tryon Road, future extension will come down through here and up and then down this skinny tract here in Raleigh's jurisdiction. So eventually creating a intersection there of 2 larger thoroughfares, Tryon and Creech, both will be of the 3-lane variety. And again, just a reminder of the current zoning. We do have the R2, but most of it is R4 as it develops around. For their permitted conditions, they are proposing to restrict this just to multifamily, triplex and higher, including apartments. I won't go back over all of these in detail, but we can come back and visit them if you do have any other questions on these, but these were presented last time. And there are 10 of them. Here is the master plan. Again, a few things have updated as a result of discussions with the Planning Commission. A few of those include the addition of a privacy fence from here, so running pretty much the whole length of the development adjacent to the neighborhood. This site does sit up higher than the adjacent neighborhood, so putting this fence in this location actually gives it optimum screening effect. So that will be a 6-foot privacy fence. The Planning Commission was also a little concerned about the orientation and how this recreation space was working over here. Originally, the playground was envisioned to be in this location. It's now been slid back along with the mail kiosk being here. So getting it just a little bit further away from Tryon Road and a little more central between the two buildings. The other thing that they have committed to do would be to introduce the median cross-section on this part. It would be some distance before another opposing left-hand turn would be required. So they have offered that as well. So those were the things that came out of the Planning Commission discussion. Again, just a reminder at the public hearing, you all asked about parking and perimeter buffers, the access, and especially the lefts, and how things were related next to Gibson Pond. Again, staff did receive one call from Mr. David Watson at 102 Arlene Street, stating opposition to any multifamily along Creech Road. Again, and for Planning Commission, there was discussion about whether other product types were considered, like townhomes. They inquired how the grading would be done and how the stormwater would be handled. They talked about traffic calming and how the community would be connected on either side of Tryon Road. Proposed locations, again, about the amenities. Concerns about the density and height of the project and being out of character with existing single-family residential neighborhoods. But then they also talked about the fact that this is an affordable workforce housing project. Just to go back to the site plan, again, there was a conscious effort to move these buildings as far from the adjacent properties as possible, in part due to some of the massing differences that you would have. So putting more horizontal distance in return for a slightly higher building than what you would find in the adjacent single family. So that was an attempt to try to mitigate that to the degree possible. In terms of plan consistency, did find that it is inconsistent. This is in the plan, it is called out as a neighborhood commerce center. So the plan did envision a higher intensity use, just not multifamily. So there was not really any other option but to find it inconsistent because apartments are not part of that neighborhood commerce center discussion. For the transportation plan, because they will be constructing their part of this Tryon Road extension, future extension, improvements to Creech that are called for, and with all their turn lanes and sidewalks and accommodations, the Planning Commission did agree with staff to find it consistent with the Garner transportation plans. And the site is not designated as a parkland search area. There were no greenway corridors in the immediate vicinity. There are some just to the south, but not impacting the site. So therefore, the plan can also be considered with the Parks Master Plan. So their final consistency statement was that the Planning Commission finds that while this request to rezone 17.88 acres from residential 2 to multifamily B conditional for the development of 176 multifamily units at a density of 9.8 units per acre is consistent with some of Garner's land use related plans, but it is inconsistent with the future land use map's designation of neighborhood commerce center and would need to have an automatic land use map amendment to the multifamily residential designation adopted as part of the rezoning approval. We have added that into your draft ordinance, so that would occur if you do agree to approve. So we are now here for you all to consider the reasonableness of the request. And from staff, beyond findings of plan consistency, we noted the following in support of a motion to approve. There is that concept of developing North Garner being a goal, and this is in that area. The tract happens to be located in a very limited pre-qualified area of Garner where low-income housing tax credit financing is available. And allowing multifamily uses in select appropriate areas is a goal of Garner forward. This site would be located at the intersection of two major thoroughfares anyways, Tryon Road Extension and Creech Road, so it probably because of that, does support some type of higher intensity use. So again, we presented motions for you, what we felt were the most likely, both for approving and denying. Those are highlighted in your staff report, and the motion worksheet is available for you beginning on page 152 of your agenda packet.
Thank you, Mr. Triesenberg. Council questions for Mr. Triesenberg in regards to his presentation?
One quick question, Mr. Triesenberg. You pointed out, because on our site plan here, that they were going to add that median in. That's what the one concession they're adding. Okay, just want to make sure. That's what I thought that's what you said. I just want to make sure they would be adding that median in to the end of the property line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a question. One of the things that Planning Commission discussed is if in the future this ever became a not so ideal option for crossing the Tryon Road extension at the main entrances, that there could be an option potentially to relocate that and use that median as a refuge, so that folks wouldn't have to cross the whole thing at one time.
Okay, because that's going to be a 4-lane, right? Two lanes each way, correct?
Yeah. Well, one each direction with bike lanes and the center turn lane. So that section of Tryon does have a lower projected volume than points west.
All right, thank you.
Okay, council, anybody else questions for Mr. Triesenberg?
I don't have a question. I do have a comment. There was a notation that was originally designated for commercial, but it might need to be added into the record that it's right across the street from a cemetery. And less than half a mile away, there is a commercial area that is not thriving. So it may very well be more suited to residential.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
A quick question on what the threshold is to get any kind of even flashing signalization at the Creech Road exit, because the only left turn movement out of this property is through the center. And there's that curve kind of on the other side of Creech Road, and there are multiple developments on that side coming in. I know Gatewood, I know there are other ones that corridor is going to grow very quickly over the next few years, and the traffic and the speed. And so I still have concerns over that being the only left turn movement out of the property. It also being wide, not very conducive to people paying that much attention to stop signs because they're further off. So what is sort of the threshold even for like flashing lights there, like red and in yellow?
I know that there are published criteria that DOT has, but we'd be happy to inquire further to see if we can get ahead of that, if there's any options.
I think it should be a priority, because I think the traffic in the area is just going to increase, and the left turn movement is going to get increasingly dangerous, and people will take bigger risks to get out there, considering it's the only way to make that movement. So,
yeah, Lauer Vikash, Kimley Horn. Yeah, usually the flashing lights are kind of a retrofit of existing safety locations, so you're trying to get ahead of the curve there. So I think when we go through the construction documents for the turn lanes and design later on, we can bring this up with the DOT, see if we can have some kind of intersection ahead flashing or extra signage for this location as we move forward. Projected left turn volume coming out is still quite light, and with the widening of Creech Road through that area, sight distance should be good coming out of the site. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance, anything?
One good point to that is, in the afternoon, a lot of people, you'd be surprised, come up Creech Road to avoid Jones Sausage Road and go up there and turn left. So in the afternoon, there is more traffic there, and people would be going on a left turn. So that is one point where I think what Mr. Dillon just brought up is correct. I mean, I was by there today. It was not in the afternoon, but I've been by there where Creech Road. There's been 15 to 20 cars to turn left to go around to beat the Jones Sausage Garner Road intersection.
Correct. In the afternoon, the patterns are quite a bit different with the southbound movement. Yes, quite a bit heavier.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Town engineers made a note, and we'll be sure to follow up with the encroachment process with DOT.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from council? We're
Mr.
ready
Mayor,
to go ahead.
I'd just like to mention that with all the other developments that have been coming before us, this one is specifically, as it has been emphasized by Mr. Triesenberg, is workforce housing, which is important in my mind, that it's going to go to a specific group, a specific family within a specific income range. I mean, we know that there is a need for workforce housing in Wake County, and this one is going to be right in the Garner ETJ, if I'm not mistaken.
You are so right, Mr. Vance, and thank you for noting that. I remember when it was brought before us, that was the emphasis, workforce housing, which there is a definite need for sure. Thank you. Council, are you ready to vote? There's a motion sheet before you. Unless you have any other concerns or reservation, a motion would be in order.
Mayor, move the town council accept the planning commission's written statement regarding consistency of the zoning amendment request with the adopted land use plans detailed in section 6 of the staff report. Find the request inconsistent due to not conforming with what the long-range plan had. Yet I also move the town council adopt ordinance 2022-5160 approving rezoning CZ MP 2105, as the request is still reasonable in the public interest because it will likely promote multifamily housing in the area, promote workforce housing in the area, and reflect a significant change in conditions or support a public policy established by the town since the adoption of the applicable land use plans.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Is there a second? Second. Okay, motion properly made and seconded. Ready to vote. If you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If there's opposition, vote no. And there is none. Motion is approved. Thank you, council, for your work on that. Thank you for those of you who came here for that. We appreciate your indulgence. Do we know, John, are we ready? Okay. Okay, we have time to go ahead and do the second UNO business. Mr. Bowie, I believe. Tier 2 conditional rezoning.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight I'm going to be presenting CZMP 2207, 4202 Fayetteville Road. The applicant is Jing HWA Incorporated. The property is owned by Jing HWA Incorporated. Property is located at 4202 Fayetteville Road. It is 0.996 plus minus acres. This is a Tier 2 master sketch plan with written conditions. To conditional rezone 0.96 acres from service business SBC 19 conditional to service business SBC 263 conditional for the construction of approximately 3,887 square foot commercial building. Effective July of this year, the town council approved ZTA 2201 and CZ 2201, which adopted a new Unified Development Ordinance and establishing new zoning districts. The request is now amended to be from commercial mixed use CMX C19 conditional to CMX commercial mixed use C263. However, due to permit choice rules, the specific conditions of the request are to be considered according to the rules of the former UDO and in effect at the time of the application. Here we have a street view of the site location. Is the former Grill 57. As you can see, the adjacent zoning and land use, all the property surrounding it is zoned commercial mixed use. The applicant chose to reduce the list of permitted uses down to 16 out of 68. And here we have a view of the master plan. of the site, of the proposed site. Planning Commission summary. The Planning Commission conducted a meeting on November 14th of this year, and staff presented an overview of the case. Some of the things that were discussed is whether an auto-centric use was appropriate given the proposed premium transit nearby. Staff noted that the previous decision on 601 Tryon Road was linked to the status of funding not yet being secured for the Southern Bus Rapid Transit BRT line. We also noted some errors and contradictions in the description of the mixed activity center. The commission agreed that the intent should be that if premium transit is available, then future development should be at least 4 stories in height. And it was suggested that proposed design be consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood, and that the development would be revitalizing a currently abandoned site. So one of the things that I wanted to emphasize is that, yes, this site is classified as mixed activity center. However, the transit is not in place yet. So with the Planning Commission, they were weighing back and forth whether or not to approve this based on current conditions or what is proposed. Being that nothing is currently approved, that the premium transit is not yet approved, they opted to vote to send this to you to approve it and send it to you. So I just want to make that clear that we did have extensive conversation about that. Here's another view of the site. Consistency of the request, 2018 Garner Forward Plan, it is consistent. We did offer, provide a choice. The site of the request is designated as Mixed Activity Center. The Mixed Activity Center located along major arterials emphasize complementary land uses that collectively create a comprehensive, connected lifestyle approach to living, working, and shopping in close proximity. Again, if the premium transit was in place, then they would be required to construct a building at least 4 to 6 stories. Being that it's not there, the commission found that the proposal is consistent with everything that's fronting Fayetteville Road right now. 2010-2018 Garner Transportation Plan is found to be consistent. The transportation plans call for Fayetteville Road to be a 6-lane divided highway. This project does not require widening and other improvements along its frontage on Fayetteville Road. NCO-DOT has planned improvements to widen Simpkins Road to Mechanical Boulevard to 6 lanes and convert to a super street. Parks Recreation. This site is not designated as a park land search, and there are no greenway corridors in the immediate vicinity. Therefore, the project can be considered consistent with the PRCR master plan. On a vote to 5-1, Planning Commission chose option 1. The Planning Commission finds that in the absence of premium transit at this time, the request is to conditionally rezone 0.96 acres from commercial mixed-use conditional CMX C19 to commercial mixed-use conditional CMX 263 for the construction of 3,887 square foot commercial building, supporting drive-through services and with considerable surface parking directly adjacent to US 401, may be found consistent with the future land use map's designation of a larger comprehensive mixed activity center, so long as the associated larger integrated sidewalk and pedestrian network is supported. Here we have the statement of reasonableness, a statutory directive, which I will not read. And recommendation, staff recommends that the request reflected in section 2 of this report recommends town council approval of the Planning Commission statement of consistency as stated in section 6 of this report, and further recommends approval of the zoning amendment CZMP 2207 request as a reasonable one, and you have a worksheet to view. Staff commentary. This area is embarking on a period of transformation. Although some of the permitted uses might not appear to support the future land use designation, staff believes a reasonable case could be made for supporting the overall request. Reason the council may wish to discuss as part of the deliberations is: one, the specific site within the future mixed activity center is located directly adjacent to US 401, a heavy auto travel regional transportation corridor. Number two, the site and existing building are vacant and not contributing to either the aesthetics of the economy or the surrounding area. Number three, the proposed use is not out of character of the area, currently given the existing development patterns along US 401. And number four, the master plan does accommodate pedestrian facilities and a more attractive streetscape. And you have your recommended motion. Either to find consistent and reasonable or inconsistent nor reasonable.
Okay, Mr. Bowie, let me see if council has any questions for you on your presentation. Any down here? Anything? Questions for Mr. Bowie? Okay, I believe that's the only person who's going to give information here. Is that correct?
Yes. The applicant may be here, but if there aren't any questions, I doubt they want to say anything.
Okay. Were the applicants back here? Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, no question for the applicants, council? Hearing none. All right, I believe this matter is ripe for a motion at this time. You have the motion sheet before you there.
I move that the town council accept the planning commission's written statement regarding consistency of the zoning amendment request with adopted land use plans detailed in section 6 of the staff report as our own, and I further move the town council adopt ordinance number 2022-5161, approving rezoning CZMP 22-07 as the request is reasonable and the public interest that it might likely encourage the redevelopment and reuse of existing sites and buildings that are complementary to the surrounding area.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vance. Motion made and seconded by either Mr. Singleton or Mr. Matthews. Mr. Singleton, I guess. All right, council, if you're ready to vote, if you favor the motion before you, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If there's opposition, no, and there is none. Motion carries unanimously. So that item is taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Bowie. We appreciate that. Are we ready now to go back to and?
Yes, my understanding is the language has been put into the slideshow so that it can be presented for everyone to see what the proposed condition is.
Okay. And basically, we're bringing this back. We continued it for further clarification on some language, and so the matter is now properly back before us.
Mayor, while they're getting that straight, I owe Miss Allison Lee an apology. I should not have interjected while you were talking. I was out of line. I should let you finish, and then I should have talked then. It was my mistake, and I apologize. I shouldn't have interrupted you. My bad.
So noted, Mr. Singleton. Yeah. So we're back to special use permit SUP SB 2201. And who am I going to recognize? Is it Mr. Triesenberg? All right. I'll recognize you first. Then.
Okay. So this is the condition reduced to writing, so I'll just read it into the record. The section of the property included in the rezoning with PIN number 1629828615, the Walters property, Phase 5, shall be amended as follows. Residential units shall be reduced from 91 to 75, and 2, the portion of Wynn Road from the western project boundary to the first intersection shall be converted to one-way eastbound traffic. The removal of 16 units from the Walters property will be achieved by relocating open space, amenities, and other elements outside of residential lots within the project boundary to the Walters property, and the project may recapture these lots in other areas outside the Walters property.
Anything you care to add?
I just want to point out that we did, after discussing as a team, take out that if language that Mr. Dellinger commented on, that we as a team are confident that we can find a solution, and so we're prepared to take that on.
Yeah, do I need to reopen the hearing if anybody wants to comment? No. Okay. All right, so council, we are back sort of where we were, waiting for a motion, and Mr. Dellinger challenged that the change be made, as you see before you here. I think that captures everything that we discussed previously. Is that right, council? Anybody have a question? So I believe we're ready for a motion.
Question, is it 7, would it be 7 site-specific conditions now?
I have to look and see.
Could be, okay.
Should be 7 site-specific conditions, yes.
Okay.
I don't have the PIN numbers, but, so the Walters property is that northern section, right?
It's everything north of
okay,
that creek.
just to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I find the application SUP-SP 2201 meets the town's 8 criteria for special use permits as identified in Article 3.9.2.d. Therefore, I move that the town council approve SUP-SB-2201 Cambria with the 7 site-specific conditions to be listed on the permit that will be prepared by the staff.
Second.
Okay, council, any question before we vote? I just understood this language is incorporated.
Sir?
I said, yes, understood this. This is
Yes,
an
sir.
additional pros condition. Yeah.
Made it 7 conditions, and that's the proposed additional condition.
Right, okay. All right, if you're clear what you're voting on, council, I call the question, and those in favor of the motion before you, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If you oppose, vote no. Okay, the motion carries. And thank you all for your diligence and your work on this matter. It's been not so easy, but I appreciate the work of the parties just recently to come to this particular additional wording. Certainly, it's probably made it better for all concerned. Thank you all. Thank those of you who sat through the long hearing. Okay. I believe we've finished our regular agenda. Am I correct here? Let me see. Yes, okay. We'll move fairly quickly. Do we have any committee reports? None. Manager report?
Mr. Mayor, I have, I know I have at least one here. I believe council got this flyer. I may just turn this over to Ms. Miller, since this is something you've been working on.
Good evening, mayors, members of council. I forwarded a copy of this meeting flyer to you, so it's in your inbox, but just wanted to make you aware, part of the ongoing discussions that the town is having with the Garner Rescue Fire Department regarding a possible fire merger, phase 2 of that work with our consultant is to host public meetings to inform the public about the discussions and allow them an opportunity to ask questions and receive information. And so at the last MOU committee meeting, the committee decided we'd go ahead and move forward with this phase 2 public input process. And so we're moving forward with those meetings in the January timeframe. January 11th and January 12th, we'll have a meeting here at Town Hall, and we'll also have a meeting at the Panther Branch Community Center. So just wanted to make the council aware, we've confirmed those dates for the public meeting. We'll be working with the town's communication team as well as the staff over at the Garner Fire Rescue Department to publicize the information so that citizens are aware of the meeting. We'll do that before the holidays, and then we'll do it also after the holidays just to make sure it stays on everyone's calendar. So just wanted to make the council aware of that.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Celebrate Christmas and come back ready to go again, right?
Only other thing I'd like to do, Mayor, is to commend staff, Parks and Rec, Cultural Resources, Public Works, Police, whoever had anything to do with the block party that we had this past weekend and moving that under the adverse weather conditions. I just thought they did an excellent job of moving that inside and making that very successful. Was very well attended, and staff just did a great job with that.
We should, I guess, should we include DGA?
With all of the rain.
All the DGA people in that, and
Well, yes, yes. I don't know who had all a part in it, but anybody that had a part in it, DGA, all of those partners.
I know
and-
Mr. Dellinger
Yeah.
was very much involved with the parade, because I had to sign a form that he gave me, or his wife gave me. So
Had to check that vehicle, make sure
yeah,
you're
that's
safe.
right. That's right. So at any rate, go ahead.
See him be the Grinch sometime.
Yeah. Was there
The rain broke just in time for the
green.
parade to happen.
You're right.
It's not
You're
right.
exactly
On
right.
schedule.
Was the form wasn't a reimbursement thing for him to go get reimbursed, was it? For the funds spent?
No. It's a safety form, and it was well done. Yeah, required. Anything else?
That was it.
Okay. Let's see. I've got to find my way. Who is it? Let's see. We have attorney report. Yeah. Miss.
No report this evening.
Okay. Council will give you an opportunity. I'll start with Mr. Matthews.
It was, the rain didn't come on the parade. It was a great parade. I enjoyed it. And as usual, the tree lighting was 3 seconds delayed. They planned it that way, they told me.
Did they?
And, but
There's
a great
Forrest. I'll
turnout.
check with
And,
him. Go ahead.
yeah, Public Works, they know that stuff big time. So. But it was great. It was great. And my compliments to all involved with that. Thank you.
Mr. Singleton.
I apologize, I was not there Saturday for various reasons, but anyway, I'm glad it went off. Had to work all day, didn't plan on that. I did catch some of the participants in the Benson parade, because I was down at Benson doing some work, and the Dunn Shriner Clowns came up there with their bus. It was neat walking into this convenience store / grill, and there's 20 clowns in there. It was pretty cool. And they were very nice. There were kids in there, and they were great with the kids. But it was raining down there too, but they did go on with the parade. Thank everybody for all their time and effort in doing that.
Okay. Ms. Behringer.
You know, the parade was a success when people come up to you later and say, I saw you on Facebook at the parade. I'm going, who was taking pictures? But at any rate, I got a lot of folks to tell me that they knew the parade went on and they saw me. It was really good. Great planning and great execution.
Thank you. Mr. Dellinger.
Yes, I just want to specifically thank my fellow committee members on the parade committee, Shannon Mitchell, Joyce Stevens, who's also on the DGA board, Kim Woodard, who is also with Garner Fire and Rescue, and Rachel Tudo, who's also on the DGA board. And also, the police department worked with us the entire planning season for the parade. Public Works was out there helping, making sure we had all the cones and everything set up. So it was a team effort to get it done, and it was safe and fun, and that was the goal, and we did it. So thanks everyone for their help. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Vance.
Just like to echo what has been said, it was a great time. I had a good time. It was
Yeah.
and well organized, and it was safe. And I saw somebody's wife walking beside his car, giving out candy while he was riding, Mr. Mayor.
What was up with that? You riding?
I was going to say, I wasn't going to say this, and she'll shoot me.
And that's on tape too.
But we knew you couldn't throw out candy, which was reasonable, and so one of us had to drive the vehicle, and that was me. So she did walk the whole route, I think, and
The whole route she walked.
She complained.
yeah, okay. But it worked out well.
Yeah, from
I
your
got a
point of
picture of me in the vehicle, and they said, it's nice to see you and your wife, but she wasn't in the picture, so it's okay. It's all right. All right, that's everything. I'm not even gonna ask you, we have a closed session, I'm sure we don't. Right. Anything from folks out there? Nothing? Yeah, okay. All right, council, nothing else to come before us? I'm gonna declare this meeting adjourned. If you will vote to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you all. Let me just say, I don't take for granted